We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
and sit down. back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what awaits. Hands covering my eyes, looks like I was too late. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by. In a strange
drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
possible jump car.
You started. Oh, you did start first.
back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I've been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope I found my way back to tracing my steps. I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what awaits. Hands covering my eyes, looks like I was too late.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Ipswich. We are underway with our KA3 Senior Heat race, first race of the day. Oh, big move up the inside to take the race lead. Stratford, that is on Reed as they come to the line. Our third lap done. Henry Stratford, new race leader. Geez, they're nice and tight as they go down through turn number 1. All fairly nicely bunched, as they always are in KA3. Max Chatton in third spot at the moment. Cooper Fish doing a great job in fourth. Then Kittle, Kennedy, Yarwood, Finn and Hare. So head up toward the top turn. To kick things off here, Stratford leading the way over the start finish line, the FA kart. Number 42. Took over 2/10 of a second lead over Reed. Only a small field of KA3s here this weekend. Of course, the penultimate round of the SP Tours Australian Kart Championship coming up here at the end of July. Looking forward to that one. Five laps down now. Reed's picked up the pace here to try and go with it. Henry Stratford. It's right with him, the Empire Kart Sport driver. Good battle going on for third and fourth as well as they come under the Video Pro corner. There's that battle. Chatton and Fish. New colours for Fish. Jumping on board the Birrell Art as they work their way through. Lap number 6 down and dusted. Geez, look at Reed here. He's really picked up the pace in second spot. He's having a good crack here. On the back of Stratford. Can Stratford hang on? That's the question right now. Because Ryan Reed, the youngster, he's really having a good crack. A 49.209. New quickest lap of the race for Ryan. Oh, he's in the slipstream. He'll have a look up the inside and off he goes. And Ryan Reed gets back to the race lead, but Stratford, he isn't given up in the white helmet as they come to the line. Oh, Stratford got sideways. Going through the first turn, that's allowed Chatton and Fish to close right in on this battle for the race lead. It's become a race in 4. Up through the top turn goes your race leader. There's Stratford in second spot. The blue and yellow FA kart. Down through the bottom turn they go. Fish the quickest on circuit of 49.204. Final lap for Ryan Reed up the front. He's got 7/10 of a second on Stratford. And looking very comfortable out there. The absolute way that he would want to get his Saturday underway. Down to Video Pro they come. Onto the back stretch goes Ryan Reed. Checkered flag is at the helm. And he'll kick off his day in the perfect fashion as he comes out of the final turn. Gets a win. Checkered flag goes to Ryan Reed over Stratford. Then Chatton, Fish, Kennedy. Then Kittle, Yarwood, Finn, and so on. That's our first race of the day. We're underway here at Ipswich.
Center.
Getting ready for our next race here, small field. About to take it on as they come to the Capri straightaway, looking for the lights out, and away we go. DD2. Let's have a look and see who is doing what here. Of course, the majority of our competitors in DD2, in the Masters category, they'll have their opportunity to try and make it to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain at the end of the year. That event will be down in Albury in September. Woody leads away. Adam Wood. He's had his wheat bix this morning. He leads away over Scotty Cleveland, Dan Hutchison, and Goddard, Smith and Duffy. That's your order as they sit at the moment. But geez, Adam Wood on fire at the minute. See that leads down through the Video Pro corner on lap number 2. Out of Howard's Concreting he comes. DD2, the 125cc water-cooled Rotax engine with 2 gearboxes. Or 2 gears, I should say, not gearboxes. 1 gearbox, 2 gears. Cleveland pushing on here in second, trying to close the gap to his good mate. If you are joining us on our live stream, great to have your company. Adam, the driver of the 21, who's in the lead. It's actually the designer, the developer of the graphics that you see on the left-hand side. Four laps down now. DD2, it's about any place in the country where people race DD2s here at Ipswich. Of course, last weekend, Scotty Howard, one of the stalwarts of the club, was over in Asia, racing against about 4 other people. Crossed the line first, but had a post-race infringement that dropped him down the order. Again, Scott looking to try and qualify for Team Australia. Wood leading by 1.026 seconds. He's picked up the pace a little bit here on Cleveland. Big weekend out here at the Willowbank facility. Of course, one of our own in Alice Buckley making her TA2 muscle car series debut this weekend and absolutely dominated in practice yesterday. Unbelievable. Was over 2.5 tenths quicker than the field, having stepped out of a Toyota 86 into the TA2 muscle car. Certainly was not something that I was expecting. With the backing of Chevrolet, of course. Here's the battle for 4th and 5th between Dan Hutchison and Smith. Working lap number 6 now. Geez, Woody's shown him a clean set of wheels. Josh Goddard, near quickest lap of the race, a 47.791 with 2 remaining. Out of the Brisbane Karts corner goes your race leader. Through they come. They'll get the last lap board this time by. So Woody leading the way down through turn 1. Cleveland has thrown everything at him, including the fastest lap of 47.727. But he's just not been able to get through and really throw it at Adam Wood. However, I think that Cleveland will walk away from this one fairly confident with where he's at through the rest of the day. He's picked it up in the back end of the race, which is exactly where you need to do it. Down the back straightaway they go for the final time. Checkered flag is at the ready. And he'll appreciate this one, I've got to say. So come to the line. Adam Wood gets the win. Over Scott Cleveland and Josh Goddard in 3rd, followed by Dan Hutchison. Then it's Smith, the next one through to complete that one. So that was DD2. We'll take a break. Be back shortly.
Little do we know just what a way. Hands covering my eyes. Looks like I was too late.
And we're back with Tag Restricted Light hitting the circuit for their opening race of the weekend. Great to have your company here with us at Ipswich. Good field. Eight laps on the board for this one. Starter not happy. So not going to get a start just yet. So around they come. Look for the start this time. We're away. Down to turn one, they charge. Off and running. Fairly even start right through the field. Munro up the front has got a fairly commanding advantage already. Have a look at this pack going down the back straightaway though. Cross the start finish line they go. Munro leading from Quest Sales. Then Robbie Mortensen in third. Vellicott into P4. Jordan Manzano into position number 5, followed by Will Carmichael. Then Turner Tillmouth. Lukey Tross down in 9th spot. And Keys in position number 10. So working their way through. Tross trying to make some ground. However, it was on the outside looking in. They'll been a random grid, of course. You'll see some drivers that started down toward the back that in the next heat race they'll be up towards the front. As Munro, he's making the advantage of starting up the front of the field. New quickest lap of 49.503. Half a second quicker than the next closest, that being Angus Quest Sales. As Jack just continues to pull away here. He knows what it takes around this place. Of course, 12 months ago won his state championship at this very venue. Dominated that weekend. Quest Sales second. Vellicott up to third now. Lukey Tross, he's made up a whole heap of positions. He's into P4 aboard that Techno kart, and now trying to make it P3. And does so up the inside. There he is, the 47, up to third spot. He's here to play today. Jordan Manzano doing some solid work out there as well. So Munro leads from Quest Sales, then Tross, then Vellicott. Then it's Manzano, followed by Carmichael in 6th placing now. Jay Keys, then Mortensen, Tilmouth. Then Cody Scott down in 10th spot. Caleb Mullins just behind him. Then Duncan Furlonger. It's McLaughlin, Wheeler, Bud Manette. Then Horwell Kane, Ramali Kay, and Pole is your runners out there at the minute. Great to have Bud Manette in the field, one of our P players. He's only new to the sport. Doing a good job here in Tag Restricted Light. The tag titles this weekend, of course. Luke Tross the quickest on circuit at the minute. So Tross has found some pace, having started deep in the field. There he goes underneath to turn number 1. 2 laps remaining. So Munro's lead 2.2 seconds. Over Quez Sales. Quez Sales, the Toowoomba racer, having a good run here at the moment. 1 to go when they come to the line the next time. Last lap for Jack Munro. He's got this one well and truly in his safekeeping as they come out of the RHQ corner. Quez Sales, he'll be happy with how he's going out there. Angus and Luke Tross making his way through the field to 3rd. But Jack Munro, easy does it out the front. Not even looking in trouble at the moment. He's going to have a bit of work to do in the second race later on today. But he gets it done. Quezar second. Tross gets himself up to 3rd. Followed by Keys, then Bellicott. Manzano in 6th spot. Carmichael, then Mortensen, Tilmouth. Cody Scott running out your 10, then Mullins. Followed by Duncan, then Furlonger. Manette, solid effort in 14th. Wheeler, then McLaughlin, Kane, Kay and Pole rounding out your finishes in that one. That is Tag Restricted Light done and dusted. Masters up next. And we're back, Tag Restricted Masters on circuit. Adrian Ferguson on the pole, Brad Garrity alongside. Then Evan Broughton, Kevin Soward out of 4, he'll be tough. Scotty Hyland, Clinton Hicks, then Matt Meyer, Scott Campbell, Godfrey and Fletcher is the 10. Chislowski out of 14th spot. Watch for Allen to come through, and our starter's not happy. Pete Sattler out of P20. Gavin Wilkinson further down the order as well, as is Mark Robinson. Still running to a number of laps here at the national level now. We run to a timed race. Josh Barnett out of P17. Watch for him to come through. Getting set for a start now. Eight laps on the board. So away they go. All nice and even up the front. Up through the top turn they run. Or battle on for the lead. Side by side down to the hairpin they go. New race lead up as they come back around to complete the first lap. We've enabled all 4 of our top runners to close in on each other. Garrity's the lead up over Ferguson, then Broughton, followed by Highland. Campbell's got himself up to 5th spot in front of Hicks and Meyer. Godfrey down in 8th. Fletcher, Chislowski up 4 spots into 10th. Chris Allen, winner here last time out. Garrity trying to establish an advantage up the front. Sliding his way out of Howard's concreting is your race leader, Brad Garrity. Ferguson's dropped back 2 spots to 4th position, while Chislowski's up another 3 into position number 7. So Allen on the gas at the moment, but he's got a long gap between himself and Clinton Hicks in front of him as one goes around. That's Sebi de Salvo in a lemon helmet. Caught up with Sebi a little bit earlier on this morning. The Lemon Farmers out of Mariba up in North Queensland. State Championship on home soil in just a couple of weeks' time for Sebi. So he's certainly looking to try and get the job done for Jess Golding Motorsport. Hopefully there's some juice in that lemon for DeSalvo. Garrity, quickest lap of the race of 51.933. Broughton sitting there in 2nd position. Although he's starting to look a bit solid. Here is Evan Broughton as we work lap number 4 of our 8. Oh, couple have come together further back in the pack. Geez, Broughton's on a lap here. Let's have a look and see what it looks like as they cross the line. Thought Broughton was like super quick. However, Garrity set the quickest lap of the race. Only to have Alan Chislowski go even quicker down in 6th spot. So 50.51.590 for Chislowski. But he's got a huge gap between himself and Scott Campbell in the black helmet that he's got to try and close up. There's Campbell, the top of your screen, trying to close in on Adrian Ferguson in the number 55 machine. That's a battle for 5th and 4th as they cross the line now. There's a 51.823 for Garrity and a 51.6 for Broughton. So Broughton's picked up the pace as they work lap number 6. And Chislowski goes faster again. The EKS chassis working it for Allen at the moment. I tell you what, Broughton here. He's on the tail of Garrity. It's going to go right to the wire, this one, with a couple of laps to go. Garrity leading the way, but don't discount Evan Broughton. And again, Chislowski goes quickest. 50.928. He's nearly a second quicker than your race leader here. Is Alan Chislowski. The race is on with a bit over a lap to go between Garrity and Broughton. Out of the top turn they come. Down the back stretch. Broughton has a look over the shoulder. He doesn't need to because he's miles in front of the next competitor. I think might be Chislowski's made his way up to 3rd spot in all of this. And indeed he has. Alan Chislowski on fire up to P3. He's made 3 spots on that lap. We're on the final lap now. Down through the Video Pro corner they go. Garrity's still leading. He's under the pump though. He's only got a couple more corners to hang on. And he'll get this one. Broughton was tough, but what about Chislowski making his way through the field? Checkered flag out for Garrity. He gets it done by 0.6 of a second over Broughton. Then Chislowski, followed by Campbell, then Ferguson, Highland. Then it's Godfrey, then Vogel, then Sattler. Nick Robinson up to 10th spot, then Meyer, followed by Johns, Field, Brogan, Fletcher, Mark Robinson, then Thompson. Then it's Barnett, followed by Gray, Brown, Lemon, and so on and so forth. We'll take a break. Be back soon here at Ipswich. And we're back here at Ipswich KA3 Junior Light. Hitting the circuit, Dylan Kamaloka. He'll start on a pole with Dimmer McCarley alongside. Dimmer looking for a big result this weekend. Jensen and Barrett, then Neil Dossell. Levi Dossell is on fire at the moment. He's right there amongst them as they go down through turn number 1. Levi was well and truly amongst them at the Newcastle round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. Of course, that series coming to you at the end of next month. And if you can't be with us, live and free on 7+. One's got a drama going on out there and comes to a standstill as they head down the back straightaway. Dimmer it is who leads the way. He's got such a distinct driving style. His Dimmer, the way that he just lays back in the kart and takes it on. He's leading by 0.6 of a second over Kamaloka. Your pole set up. Then Jarrett. Archer Bailey up a few. Jacob Neal has been shuffled down the order. Jack Sydenham into 8th position. Vinny Terhorse down in position number 15, the Speed Cafe, number 66. Johnny the Jet down in 90th spot at the moment. Oscar Hannock, there's been a drama. Oh, it's Oscar that's actually come adrift out on circuit. So not an ideal situation there for the number 5 Pantano kart. McCarley quicker. He's had a quiet season as Dimmer McCarley. Certainly be looking for a good result this weekend aboard that Arrow chassis. Up through the top turn he goes. Of course, Cadet Star. Now moving his way into the junior ranks as Jarrett there, that green machine on screen, second on the road, closing in on the back of Jack Jensen in a 97. Levi Dossell right there with them. In fact, where's Dossell's in 4th position at the moment. So McCarley leading comfortably at the moment over Jensen. Up to the top turn they go for Autobahn. Monty Jemison on the gas. Another one off at the back of the field. So McCarley comes through. End of lap number 4. Halfway home, Dossell up to 3rd now. So Levi. Change of colours by the looks of things for Levi coming into this weekend. He's under the pump from Jemison. Oh, Jemison up the inside for 3rd. Boom. Does it. Or does he? Oh, no, he holds on to it. Dossell, he'll be in a slipstream down the backstretch. Look at this, 2-3 wide. 2 wheels on the dirt. Up the inside. And straight back to that spot. Oh, big move from down the order. That's Jai Flynn. He's had to work his way through the field. Young Jai. Alistair Flack with the quickest lap of the race. Flynn now. Up to P5. Oh, one's gone off onto the dirt. Up through the top turn they go. So McCarley leading by 1.4 seconds with 2 laps remaining. Jack Jensen in second spot, very solid. DeSalle sitting there in third position after being under attack from Jemison. Jai Flynn. The last 2 rounds of the Australian KA2 Championship, Jai Flynn's finished on the podium. He's chasing that win. That might come at this very circuit in a few weeks' time. Down the front stretch they come. McCarley now, last lap. Jemison in fourth, quickest lap of the race. He is pushing the back of DeSalle. New kart for DeSalle coming into this weekend. Jemison up the inside. Makes a move up to third spot. That allows Flynn to close in. You don't need... The Sunshine Coaster doesn't need a second invitation if it presents itself. The all-white plastics out there for Jai Flynn. Jamison holding down to the third spot. Here comes Flynn. Oh my God! They come together! Oh no! And around goes the 12 of DeSalle. They come together on the final corner. Jamison holds on to third position. Oh, DeSalle drops down the order. He'll be filthy. It was a racing incident. There was absolutely nothing in it between the pair of them. And that is really unfortunate. But Dimmer McCarley gets a win by nearly a second over Jensen. Then Jemison, followed by Jarrett, then Flynn, Flack Bailey, AJ Leggett home in 8th spot, then Hicks Williams, Camelot up, then Johnny the Jet, Vinnie Terhorst, Newman DeSalle in 15th, then Tilmarth, then Dixon, Knight and Neal rounding out your finishes in that one. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. And we're back, and our P-platers out for a crack. Of course, these youngsters just kicking off their racing career in Cadet 12 and Cadet 9. We've only actually got one Cadet 12, that being Bentley McPherson out there. The rest of them are Cadet 9s. That's a terrible start, but we're underway, and that's exactly why we do have these youngsters out there. We've got more observers on the inside of the track than what we do have competitors out there at the minute. McPhee, he was leading the way. Cooper Van Twest, good to see him out there. Cooper Heffernan, Carly Rosenberg, then Hudson Lawson. So, of course, in their first group of races, these youngsters, some of them possibly not even raced before. It's a lovely initiative that the Ipswich Kart Club puts forth. Oops, one's had a drama. 72, the Praga kart of McPhee leads them across the line. McPherson second. Cooper Heffernan sitting there in third position, Van Twest, then Lawson and Lee Rosenberg. Two laps down for Grayson McPhee. Trust you're enjoying tuning in and watching our club day here. A huge weekend going on next door. Oh, we've had two that have come together and they'll try and get themselves restarted, being Van Twest and Lawson. Grayson McPhee. Got to say that Grayson is pretty well ready to jump out of the P-platers and into the open field, given how fast he is at the moment. Bentley McPherson in second spot, the only Cadet 12 out there. Le Rosenberg up to position number 3. So McPhee miles in front. It was 3.5 seconds the last time by. It's probably even more now. It's out to 5.4 seconds, so Grayson McPhee definitely ready to move out of the P-platers into the main field. A 55.564. That played a 57.244. We're on lap number 5. There they go. There's Bentley McPherson in second spot. With that orange helmet as he comes to the line. 7.1 seconds a gap from McPhee to McPherson. Nice little group of three here as they come to the line. They're on their last lap. The 98 of Le Rosenberg heading up Van Twest, then Lawson. But your race leader, Grayson McPhee, doing it in consummate ease. Just Golding Motorsport, number 74, gets it done. McPherson home in second, then waiting on the rest of them to come on through. Le Rosenberg. This group's still going at it at the top turn. They're battling it out for third spot on the circuit. Still happening. Out of the final corner they come. Who's it going to be? It'll be the 98 of Le Rosenberg, who hangs on over Lawson and Van Twest, and then waiting on Cooper Heffernan to come through to complete our finishes in that one. We'll take a break, be back soon. Cadet 9 hits the circuit for their first heat race. Trust you are enjoying us here from the Willowbank Kart facility, Ipswich Motorsport Complex. Let's get them racing. 8 laps on the board. For some reason our officials are going to send them around again. Alfie Doyle to start on the pole. Jacob Ding, the 55. Matty Tresillian out of 3. Then Jack Southgate, Dominic Misco, then Milligan and Jones. That's your order. A drama for the 19. That's Alfie Doyle who was due to start on the pole, obviously didn't get out of the pit area in time. He'll have to start at the rear, I think. Alfie might decide different, but no, he's lining up at the back there. Righto, let's get him underway. The 55 of the front row of Ding. Ding leads them down into turn number 1. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop for the first time. Unusually small field of cadets. Probably cost us a few with the restrictions around racing here ahead of the Australian Kart Championship round coming up at the end of next month. You don't want to miss that one. The championship is red hot at the moment. Oh no, he's gone. One of our drivers off to the side of the circuit, and he is done and dusted in this one as they come to the line to complete lap number 1. Ding leading the way over Mixco. Alfie Doyle not having the best run. He's off to the side of the circuit and done and dusted. But Jacob Ding leading. Got a decent margin up his sleeve already in this one. Tell you what, Mixco looking pretty solid in second spot here. He'll try and get himself in the slipstream in that blue helmet to then try and take the challenge up to Ding. Or more than take the challenge, he had a look. Wasn't quite close enough to have a good hard look, but that might change this lap. Then the battle for third and fourth with Jones and Milligan. They're really punching on. Milligan in fourth position with the quickest lap of the race. Ding's lead was 0.2 of a second. This battle for third and fourth between Jones and Milligan continues on. Up through the top turn at Autobahn they go. Jones and Milligan got to try and work together to catch up to Ding and Mixo. There's not much in it here. Still a bit to play out. So at the end of our fourth lap. Oh! Move for the lead. Mixo up the inside and takes the lead over Ding. New race leader on lap number 4. The third place driver there, Jones, runs a little bit wide. Down the back stretch they go. Ding trying to fight back here. On the back of Mixo. Took the lead at turn number 1. Through Howard's concreting they come. And around to the start finish straight. Ding's got a run going here. He looked down the inside. He'll be on the outside looking in though. At turn number 1. Couldn't do it. Battle for third and fourth continuing on. Then Tresillian back in fifth spot, followed by Southgate. Tell you what, Ding got it all crossed up, going through the left-hander at Video Pro. Oh, has he been shuffled back? He has. It's just all gone to custard for Jacob Ding. So coming around the end of lap number 5, 3 to go. Hugo Jones up to second position. Ding's dropped down to 5. So it's Mixco, followed by Jones and Milligan, Tresillian. Then it's Ding and Southgate in 6th with Alfie Doyle off to the side of the race circuit. Be the end of lap number 6 now for Dominic Mixo. Milligan down in 3rd spot. Sets the quickest lap of the race. Battles on for second between Jones and Milligan. Milligan's the quickest one out there. He'll have a look here at Video Pro. How tiny is he? Leo Milligan sitting there low in the cart. Of course, all these kids, it's literally what they are between the ages of 7 and 9. The Paralin cart of Leo Milligan having a good old crack here. Down through Howard's Concreting they go now. Last lap board on display for Mixo. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's that? The process set.
So Dominic leading away, 0.8 of a second up his sleeve. They'll get the checkers the next time by. So Mixo had to work for it, but he's managed to take the lead. And checkered flag is at the ready for Dominic Mixo as he comes out the final corner onto the front straightaway, gets the checkers. He takes the win. Hugo Jones, quickest lap of the race in 2nd. Then Milligan, followed by Tresillian. Then Ding and Southgate rounding out your finishes. We're going to take a break. Be back soon.
couldn't count. The times have been my tongue, and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what away.
And we're back with Tag Restricted Medium hitting the circuit for their first hit out here this weekend. Josh Goddard on the pole. Riley van den Broek. He's been on fire lately. He's on the outside front row. Silcock, then Farkas. Jordan Quest Sales. Voigt DeSalvo, Sebi. He's into it. And they head down to turn number 1. To kick things off, 8 laps ahead of us here. Goddard looking the goods at the moment. Down through the Video Pro corner they go. Jets nice and tight at the front. Already starting to see some defensive moves going on. Oh, nice bump draft. Down the backstretch. And new race leader, former race leader, has dropped back to third, nearly fourth, as they come to the line to complete the first lap. Oh, it's on. Van den Broek, the 78 for Power Republic. He goes up the inside and takes over the race lead. Silcock there is not registering on our timing system, but he's in second spot on the circuit at the moment. So Dean will have a discussion with our officials post this one, no doubt. But Van den Broek leads away. Down the back straight away they go. Goddard in third spot. Van den Broek's lead. Just that 5 cut lengths advantage that he's got over Silcock out there. Quest Sales sitting there in third position, looking very solid at the moment as they hit the backstretch. Van den Broek leading the way. Out of the final turn and onto the front straight he comes. That's the end of lap number 3. Van den Broek the quickest out there of 50.359. Of course, this weekend, in addition to what's happening right here with us, we've got the National Series next door at the main track. Formula One over in Austria this weekend as well. Let's hope that Oscar Piastri can continue the run that he's been having this season as Quez Sales, quickest lap of the race, sitting in third spot on the circuit, a 50.202. Good little battle here. It's Rudy Farkas in the number 2, the green and white Tony Kart. In front of Scott Jordan, then Voigt, then Smith. Sebe De Salvo down in 9th position, having started 8th. Sebi, as I alluded to earlier, so keen to get after the blue plate on home soil up there in Mariba. The Queensland State Championships coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Good battle. There's Silcock. He's under the pump now from Hugo Quersales. Hugo's been one of those drivers that's really developed himself over recent months and really pushed forward. And now quite solid. Sitting there in third and pushing Silcock down the back straight away. Then behind them, Goddard and Ryan Silcock having their own battle. Then there's a battle in 4 going on as well as they come to the start-finishing line. De Salvo's moved himself up to 7th spot. Here's Quez Sales. All over the back to Silcock here. The battle for second. We'll get the last lap board the next time by. Look at Quez Sales here. Oh, he has a big move up the inside. Oh, he runs himself wide though. He did all the hard work, then it just all come unstuck for him. He'll have to try and have another crack here. Silcock holding down second position. Forget about Vandenbroek. He's miles in front. This is a battle here. Dean Silcock, the number 6. He's got a drama that he hasn't registered on the timing board. So that'll have to be investigated post-race. Down the backstretch they come. Checkered flag at the ready for Riley Vandenbroek. He comes out of the final turn and this battle continues on. There's Vandenbroek, gets a win. Second spot goes to Silcock, narrowly over Quez Sales. Then it was Silcock, followed by Goddard, then Smith, Farkas, De Salvo, Cordonnelly in 9th spot. Then Jordan, Voigt, Lillis and Turnbull. We're going to take a break. Be back soon here at Ipswich. Welcome back to Ipswich. A few dramas on the roll-around laps for some of our competitors here in Cadet 12. I've had a couple that have been facing the wrong way, but they're all back into it as Joseph Pilot will start on the pole with OJ Walton alongside Lennox Carson. Then it's Oscar Ray out of 4. Masiko, then Broadbent. Lawson and Harlan Bell out of 8. Jackson Haig, Johnson Lusty, Riverevsky, and we're not quite ready for a start just yet. Riverevsky out of position 13. Majorek out of 14. Kenny Morita from 15th spot. Then Ollie Jones, Sebastian Woodrow, and Liam Campbell. So this could be interesting. Got a few quick drivers down the order. Watch out for Harlan Bell out of 8. The Harlan just hasn't had a great season this year. Haig out of 10 is going to be tough. Watch out for Johnson. He's another driver, much like Harlan, that is looking for a good result. Ashton Lusty. Great to have the Lusty family dynasty continue here in our sport out of the Jess Golding Motorsport stable. Set for a start now. We're away this time. Down through turn number 1. All through there pretty cleanly to start things off. Oh, one's gone around. As I said, everything's clean. We've got 2 that are facing the wrong way at this point in time as they come to the Video Pro corner for the first time. It's all on. Bell's got himself on the outside. Through the right-hander at Autobahn and down the backstretch. It's nice and tight, your top 5. Nose to tail as they come to the start straight. The 59 of Walton leads away. Over Ray, then it's Broadbent followed by Bell, then Carson, Majorek, then Johnson up to 7th. Pilot has dropped back to 8th. Then Jackson, then Merida. Then it's Jones, Campbell, Lawson, Woodrow, Lusty, Haig, Masiko and Rivereski. Bell moves into 3rd spot now. Starting to close down on the back of Walton and Ray as they hit the backstretch. Nice tight battle here. Our top 5 absolutely together. Geez, your race leader's got that slight gap. Oscar Ray having moved in front of Walton on the last lap. We got nearly 6/10 of a second. No, it's not, because everyone's closed in. The race is on. Bell goes to 2nd now. The Harlan up to P2. But it's all on. A move for 3rd spot as they go through the Autobahn corner. Out of Howard's concreting goes your race leader now. To the front stretch. Oscar Ray with a comfortable margin over Harlan Bell, who's the quickest on circuit out there. Broadbent up to 3rd as well. Walton's dropped back to 5th spot. So we're only coming up to the halfway point in this race. Oscar Ray holding on to the race lead at the moment, but what is this pair, being Harlan Bell and Jeremy Broadbent, going to do about closing that gap to Ray? There's certainly time. It's only heat number 1, so for sure they're getting a good feel on what's happening out there. Through the Brisbane Karts corner they go. Look at Harlan, he's really closed in on the back of Oscar Ray here. Through the Video Pro corner and up to Autobahn. The race is on for the lead. Ray takes a peek over the shoulder. Bell on the button here in second spot. Three laps to go. Harlan Bell. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than the race leader, Oscar Ray, the last time through. So will Bell set him up? The Birrell Art, number 7. Kart looks like it's handling better than the race leader at the moment. Jeremy Broadbent sitting in third. He's keeping a keen eye on what's going on in front of him, because he'll want to try and take advantage should something go awry between Oscar Ray and Harlan Bell. Broadbent in the slipstream here. Not close enough to have a look down through the hairpin as they come back to the front stretch. 2 laps to go. She's Broadbent in at 32. He looks like he's the one that's got the advantage. He was 0.3 quicker than Harlan the last time by. Harlan doesn't have that extra 2% that he needs to take it to Ray. He had it, then it's just dropped off a little bit there. Through Video Pro, back in fourth, Lennox Carson. He actually spun on a warm-up lap, did Lennox. He's sitting there in fourth position. Jack Masika back in 14th, the quickest on circuit, as now Broadbent lines up Bell. No, not there this time. They'll get 1 lap to go as they come to the line. So 1 remaining. Tell you what, it's been a brilliant drive from Oscar Ray. He was under the pump there a couple of laps ago, and he's held on to it. The pressure has turned back to Bell in this battle that you're watching at the moment on screen. Bell in the red and white, number 7. He's got the 32 of Jeremy Broadbent on his tail. Only half a lap to go now. Up through the top corner they run. The battle for second and third. Look at Oscar Ray up the front. He's got a comfortable margin. He's kicked off his day from position number 4 on the grid to convert it to a race win. Bell's moved his way from 8th on the grid up to 2nd as the checkered flag comes out. And it's Oscar Ray who gets it done by a second. Over Bell, then Broadbent, Carson, Walton, then it's Johnson, Madrick, then Pilot, Jones, Haig up to 10th, Masiko, then Campbell, then Woodrow, Jackson, Lawson and Ribereski in 16th position. We'll take a break, be back soon.
Looks like I was too late.
And we're racing in one of our feature categories here, being tag heavy. All underway. Brent Redding starting off pole after qualifying a little bit earlier on. Josh Dagg right in there. Will Marshall having a crack as well. Rocky Plum, Matty Goddard, Brendan Nelson making a return. Qualifying didn't go Brendan's way. Down his 6th spot. Quite unusual for him, but then again, we haven't seen too much of him, and I have no doubt that Brendan will fight back as we go through the day here. Redding, though, he's got the advantage, made the move over to a Puntano kart, and it's really working for him at the minute. Will Marshall up to 2nd, then Dagg, Plum, Nelson up to P5, front of Goddard and Lees. Tag heavy, one of our feature categories of the weekend, the tag titles. Of course, they qualified this morning. Geez, Brock Plum there in 4th spot. He's punching on. Looks like a new colour scheme for Brock as well. Moved over to the JSH racing team, actually. Jackson Susan Harlow. Of course, JSH dominating the previous round of the Australian titles down in Newcastle. Based up in Queensland these days is Jackson. They'll be at the Northern Territory state titles. That's potentially this weekend, I think. Or is it next weekend? Not quite sure. Certainly one of my favourite race events of the year is the NT titles. If you get the chance to go and do that, absolutely get into it. It's actually this weekend, yes. The V8s were last weekend there, and next door this weekend. And out to be fireworks and jet trucks and all sorts of fun stuff going on in the Northern Territory. Brent Redding leads by 2.5 seconds over Marshall. Then Dagg, Plum, Goddard, Nelson and Lees. That's how they sit at the moment. Redding comfortably in front at the minute. There's the 73 of Lees. It's a battle at the back of the field. He's right behind Nelson. Brendan Nelson. Multi-Australian champion in tag racing. Good to see Brendan back on track. Haven't caught up with him for a while. Assuming he's still a manager at McDonald's. As now Redding's lead 2.9 seconds over Marshall. Marshall's got his own problem. He's trying to keep Josh Dagg at bay. Dagg looking for another podium here this weekend, certainly to contribute towards his club championship, which has been solid this year. All these drivers running 125cc water-cooled motors with no restrictor on them, about 28, 29 horsepower, 4 or 5 different engines available in tag racing. Brent Redding, a competitor on the national scene. There's Marshall also doing the Australian Championships this year. He's been in good form, as Will Marshall. He's under the pump from the Power Republic, number 39 of Josh Dagg. Brock Plum just off the back of them in 4th position. Four laps to go. Of course, our feature races have a couple extra laps associated with them. Redding's lead out to 3.7 seconds. He's got almost a full length of the back stretch. Dag getting through. Well, Marshall's got a problem. The dramas for Marshall. It's unfortunate. He's out of commission. Redding's lead 4.5 seconds now. Plum up to third. Two laps to go when they come to the line. It's a test section out there at the moment for Brent. Doing it easy. Dag and Plum with a bit of work to do. There's the Pentno kart. It's a squiggle. Richie. And the Pentno deal down there. Up through the auto barn corner goes your race leader then. There's Dag in second spot. The camo look for Power Republic. Got Plum hunting him down. Not able to do too much just at the moment is Brock Plum. One to go for your race leader. Geez, Matty Goddard in fourth spot there has really closed down on our top two. Our second and third place campaigners, but it's all about this guy, Brent Redding. He is the one that they've got to try and close down on. Through the Video Pro turn they come. He's got it well and truly in his safekeeping. Marshall's still out there, so didn't see what happened to him, but obviously made some sort of mistake. Checkered flags out for Redding, who annexes the fastest lap of the race as he crosses the line to get the checkers. Over Dag, then Plum, then Goddard, Dennis Lees, followed by Nelson and Marshall to complete your finishes in Tag Heavy. Gonna take a break, be back soon. And welcome back to Ipswich. Just touching base with our video crew. A little bit of precipitation in the area, and on slick tyres we see 4 of them go off down at turn number 1. So obviously, yes, you can see there's a bit going on because everyone's out there on slicks, and it started raining just before they hit the circuit. We've got tag light on the track, so bit happening as they all work their way through. 2 and 3 wide. I don't know what the hell's going on out there at the minute. One, the number 5 of Huey Maguire. Great to have Hugh over from Western Australia. Officially the race meeting declared wet as they work their way through the final turn for the first time. It's just an absolute mess at the minute. So it's a bit damp. It's Mark Tulloch who leads away over Seb Bennett. Problem for Maguire in the number 5 for CXR. Hugh, who's doing the National Series, had a bit of a luxury at Newcastle for round number 3. Did Hugh? He actually got to do practice on the Friday. He hasn't seen a practice session all year until then, given his studies at WAPA, the West Australian Performing Arts University or Institute, whatever you want to call it. And we've lost one. He's gone around and facing backwards, not ideal. Actually looks a little bit, must be a bit damper than what it looks, certainly from my vantage point, because our drivers are having all sorts of trouble out there. Hopefully it's only a brief shower. I did get a little bit on my way in this morning as they come to the line now. Seth Bennett for 58, leads by 1.1 over Lewis Brown. Then Mark Tulloch Gallagher up to 4th. Newton. Then it's Stimson Lockie Cowie in 7th spot. Simonelli in 8th. Hunter DeSell. That being Jack. Then Tom Gallagher and Huey at the tail, but it's on for the race lead here. Bennett and Brown. Brown and Bennett. You can see the dampness on. Straight off the end of the circuit. Goes to 42 of Brown. And tries to redress, get himself back on track. Oh my goodness. That was a little bit dicey there for a sec. It's a bit of a challenge out there for our drivers. Race circuit officially declared wet. There's more going on. So Bennett's lead, 1.8 seconds over Tulloch. Brown's off to 3rd. They're tiptoeing around here at the minute. Of course, they all took to the circuit in dry, slick LeConte tyres. And it started raining literally as the gate opened. Bennett's gone. So your race leader's had a spin. He continues on. So your race leader, he goes around. He's been caught out. So we've got a new race leader as they come to the line. This will be the end of lap number 5. Mark Tulloch, 93, leads away. Lewis Brown up to 2nd spot. Bennett down to 3rd. Then it's Newton followed by Will Gallagher. Then Stimson Simonelli, Hunter Cowie, Tom Gallagher, DeSell and Huey Maguire. So Tulloch, the Gold Coast racer, doing it effortlessly up the front in the Cosmic Kart. 2.5 seconds a gap from first to second. But don't take too much notice of that because it could change on a dime, which has proven to be so. A 53.295. So whatever little rain was falling before would seem to have dissipated because Mark Tulloch's just gone quicker, and then Thomas Gallagher goes even quicker again. A 51.467. He's 2 seconds quicker than the race leader as Thomas Gallagher in 9th position. He is on the charge. Or is he taking a shortcut because he is so much faster than almost anyone else out there at the minute as Tom Gallagher? No. The trucks come back in. A 49.140 for Louis Brown in second spot. So the tracks come back here. It's dried out again. William Gallagher goes faster. A 48.945 for him in fifth spot. Thomas Gallagher up to 7th. He made 2 on that lap. There's Newton sitting in 4th spot. This will be the end of lap number 7 when they come to the line. Mark Tulloch leading by 2.1 seconds. Make that 2.4 as he does a 48.033. So while this race started under wet conditions, it's absolutely dried out now. And Will Gallagher down in 5th spot is by far and away the quickest driver on circuit to the point of half a second over your race leader. Gallagher the Birrell Art trying to close in on the back of Newton. Two laps to go for Mark Tulloch as Brown fires in with a quick lap. Then Will Gallagher goes faster. Huey Maguire says, I might have spun out earlier, but I'm going to show that I've got a little bit of pace aboard the CXR number 5 and does a 47.204. Of course, Hugh will be in action here the last weekend in July for the penultimate round of the Australian Kart Championship. Tulloch goes through to get the last lap board. 2.5 seconds up his sleeve. Timing system solidly on the drink at the moment. Hugh Maguire's worked his way up the order, but is showing last on the timing screen for some reason. Meantime, Tulloch out of the final corner, gets a checkered flag and takes the win. Second place will go to Brown. Then it's a 58 of Bennett, followed by Gallagher, who gets past Newton, then Stimson, Thomas Gallagher, and Simonelli. Hugh Maguire in the mix there as well. Hunter, Cowie, DeSell, and that is the order at the end of that. That completes our first round of heats. We're going to take a break. Be back soon.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport, and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Shut up and sit down.
So into our second round of heats here. This morning at Ipswich, KA3 Junior Heavy hits the circuit. Ryan Webster to kick off from the pole of the 78. Jet Saragi, the 38, the outside front row. Dwong, Corkery, and Gat Tunnicliffe. Great to have Paddy Buckley in the field as well, of course. Sister Alice down at the big track. Good to see a Chevrolet shirt down, taking in all of Paddy's racing. Hopefully well, there's Alice there actually. Shouldn't you be down racing or being fast? Alice, of course, topping the practice times yesterday in her TA2 debut. We'll try and tune into that a little bit later on while we're up here watching Paddy take flight here. Green. Down to turn one. Oh, Gat got a great start there. The TGR number 6. Good to see Tyler and the team. Dano down there as well. Keeping a close eye on this young fella. When he kicked off his racing at the start of this year, had been working on his craft for about 12 months in the lead up to it. And it's now all starting to fall into place for young Rough Gat in the 6 machine. Out of the top turn they come. Saragi looking very good out there at the minute. Get up to second. Saragi leading from Gat, then Jackson DeWong. It's Corkery in 4th, followed by Field, Southgate, Tunnicliffe, Liu. Paddy up to 9th. Then Coburn, Shaw and Webster. Ooh. Big move coming further back in the pack there. I think that was Southgate making his way forward. Oh, side by side. Southgate in the 7 and the 81 of Leo Liu. Dramas for the 78 of Ryan Webster. He's done and dusted. They're side by side down through the hairpin. The end of lap number 2 here. Saragi, a 50.700 that lap, 1.3 seconds is his gap over Gat. Out of the Brisbane Karts corner they go. Just took a bit of a wander outside between the first and second round of heats. We did have a weird shower that has disappeared completely. It's actually starting to get quite warm here at the moment. It was a cool start to the day. It was about 10 degrees when I got here. Paddy Buckley on the move down the order. Jackson Dewan getting the hurry up in the number 13 off of the fence on the main straightaway. Buckley's up to 4th. He started 11th. And he's a very clear 4th now, in fact. Then there's this group. Southgate, Liu, Coburn, Field and Shaw. Nice group of 5 here. Working it through the top turn now. Side by side. Liu and Southgate going at it. Oh! In fact, that was the 8 of Corkery who got the short back and sides as they come to the front stretch. Buckley in 4th. Quickest lap of the race. Still 2.5 seconds off the back of DeWong though for position number 3. Whoa, Southgate gets it sideways further back. Another one's come to grief as well. Buckley a tenth of a second quicker than your race leader at the minute. Coming to the line. Saragi comfortably up by 1.8 seconds over Gat. Team down there at TGR will be incredibly happy with the performance of Raf in this one. Buckley's still quicker again. Wow, it was 0.6 of a second quicker than your race leader. It was Pat Buckley that time through. A 49.596 for the Castrol driver. Saragi 1.8 seconds up the road now. He's opened it up by another tenth of a second as Saragi. With 2 laps to go. Duong still in third, Buckley fourth and Liu, followed by Coburn, Field, Corkery, Southgate, Tunnicliffe and Shaw. Nothing's changed despite it being a fairly spirited fight at the back end of the top 10. Seven laps in the books now. One more to go. Duong getting more of the hurry up, down on the fence. There he is in the white plastics on that machine, trying to close down on the number 6 of Raf Gat. This has been a solid performance from Raf. He'll certainly be looking to continue this throughout the remainder of today as they go up through the top turn. Saragi as well down the backstretch. This is about a fifth, second and third that you're watching as they come through. Buckley, he's fought valiantly from 11th on the grid. He's fourth, but he's by far and away the quickest out there as Saragi gets a win over Gat, then Duong. Buckley, quickest lap on the last, then Liu, followed by Coburn, Field, Corkery, Southgate, Tunnicliffe and Shaw. Great drive there by Saragi. Great to have Alice with us here, checking out the brother. Let's hope she picks up where she left off yesterday and continues that run in the TA2 muscle cars for Chevrolet. We're going to take a break. Be back for KA3 Senior shortly.
Hands covering my eyes. Looks like I was too late.
Welcome back to Ipswich KA3 Senior out on circuit. I trust that you're enjoying the racing wherever you're watching around Australia and indeed around the world on our YouTube channel. KA3 Senior Cooper Fish. We up the pole in the 91. Annabelle Kennedy on the outside front row. Talia Kittle. Here, Chapman Yarwood. And boom, boom, boom. We are not going anywhere just yet. Starter wasn't happy. So they're going to go for another lap around. Fish and Kennedy off the front row. Annabelle doing some amazing stuff. Nationally and internationally lately. Talia Kittle. So great to see many female racers in KA3. Paige Yarwood out of P6. The famous number 69. So Fish and Kennedy leading them around. Talia Kittle out of 3. Hare and Chatton, away we go. Fish didn't get the best of the start in the Birrellart number 91. Slotted himself into second. We'll have to try and work harder now to get up there. Annabelle leads away now. Good start from Annabelle. Oh, Fish has got a good run going on here. Turn 1 wasn't his friend, despite starting on pole, but now it's taken him half a lap, and he is into the race lead. Working their way through out of Howard's concreting and then through the on-site Renault Group corner. We thank the team at on-site for their continued support for everything we do here on and off track at Ipswich. Through Brisbane Karts, the top two go. Kennedy on the tail of Fish. Trying to go with him. Annabelle, one of the best female racers in Australia at the moment. Angus Hare holding down to third spot in the number 6 machine. Paige Yarwood up a few spots into P4 aboard the 69 out of Project X. My father's business, of course. Third generation racer. Onto the front straight they come. Chatton's got himself up to 4th as I was giving Paige a rap. She's dropped back to 7th. Putting my usual curse on people. Fish with the quickest lap of the race, the 49.896, as you can see on your screen at the moment. Annabelle really going with Cooper up the front, but here's this battle going on for third spot. The Paralin number 6. Oh, big move there from the 42 of Henry Stratford up the inside of Chatton, and that's allowed Ryan Reid to come into the calculation now. Down the front straight they go. The 42 up another spot into turn number 1. Stratford, the quickest driver on circuit, now goes to position number 3 in the FA kart. The Fernando Alonso machine. Of course, Fernando in action this weekend over there in Austria for the Formula 1. Aston Martin starting to come into a little bit of form. Through the left-hander at Video Pro. Kennedy not making any impression on Cooper Fish at the moment. But the one who's making the impression is the man on screen at the minute. The 42 of Henry Stratford. Started in 7th spot up to 3rd. Now Hare is involved in a battle with Reid here. Down the front straight. Hare's dropped back to 5th. There's Reed trying to make his way forward, currently in 6th spot. Can't really do too much at this stage. He's kind of in lockstep at the moment as Ryan Reed. Certainly, once we get to our third round of heats and then finals a bit later on, he'll well and truly be wanting to be part of the conversation. Meantime, they come to the line. 3 laps remaining in this one. Reed, as I make mention of him, goes up to P5 and the quickest driver on circuit. But the race is on for the lead. Currently handed by Cooper Fish, Annabelle Kennedy. She's on the tail of Fish. Through Video Pro, there's certainly time for Annabelle to get the job done. Out of the Autobahn corner they go. Oh, she's got pace down the backstretch. Has Annabelle Kennedy. She's got a huge amount of pace at the top end. Across the line they go. 2 laps remaining for Cooper Fish to hang on. Stratford, he's still the fastest out there. He's in 3rd. He'll be there to capitalise should something happen between Fish and Kennedy. But Cooper, he's got the eyes forward at the moment, aboard the number 91. Annabelle Kennedy right behind him down the back straight. Oh, now Fish. He's starting to get down behind the steering wheel. He can feel the pressure coming from Annabelle Kennedy. They'll come to the line with 1 remaining. Through they go now. Annabelle, she's up on the wheel here. Down at turn 1. Can she get it done? Been doing some racing overseas as well this year. Through the middle part of the race circuit they go. Out of the alley tracks corner. She'll try and line him up. Through the Fish hook left-hander here at Video Pro. Not close enough there. She want to try and get a good run here. Fish is looking strong. Out of the Autobahn corner they go. Checkered flag being unfurled. Don't think Annabelle's got enough just here at the moment. It's been a fine drive by Cooper Fish, who comes to the line. Gets it done. Takes the win over Kennedy. Good drive. Then it's Stratford, followed by Chatton and Reed. Angus Hare, the next one through, followed by Kittle. Then Yarwood and Finn, rounding out your finishes in that one. We're going to take a break. 32 will hit this circuit next.
Shut up and sit down.
And back here at Ipswich, DD2 get set to take on their second heat of the day. Jason Smith to start on the pole, Scotty Cleveland alongside. Then Josh Goddard, Dan Hutchinson in the 8, Stephanie Duffy and Adam Wood, your Heat 1 winner. Off the back of the bus, let's see what Woody's got in this one. Cleveland, of course, second. The previous race, we're away for 8. Down to turn number 1. Working our way through RHQ for the first time. Smith leads away over Cleveland in a 14. Goddard punching on in the third spot there. Second of the red and white machines. But it's Smith who leads in the 6. Oh, Wood trying to make his way through the field. Up a couple of spots, having a crack at Hutchinson. But Josh Goddard's the one that seems to have some pace on his machine. Here's the third kart on your screen at the moment as he tries to close in on the back of Scott Cleveland. Down the back stretch they go. Cleveland has a peek over the shoulder. He's got his eye on Jason Smith. Of course, Scott will be, I'm assuming he's going to head down to Albury for the Rotax National Cup. Try and qualify for Team Australia as a master. And he's really having a go at Jason Smith. He's not worried about qualifying for Team Australia at the minute. He's only worried about the number 6 in front of him, and he's also got to worry about the number 9 of Josh Goddard behind him, as he is the fastest on circuit, the number 14 there. Up the inside goes El Presidente, but runs it a little bit wide, and Smith takes it, which opened the door then for Goddard, and down the back straight. It's not a bad race for DD2. Oh, here comes Goddard. Boom. Oh, no. The door got shut on him, which has allowed Adam Wood to come into calculation. So Woody's having a look for third. Oh, side by side into turn 1. Can't quite get it done there. Adam Wood, he's up and about here today. Of course, a video game developer by trade. The graphics that you see on the left-hand side of your screen were actually developed by Adam Wood, who's driving the number 21 machine out there. There he is. Always has a cool sticker kit and design on his kart. Being a creative type, of course, put some time and effort into the presentation. Cleveland, new quickest lap of the race by 0.3 of a second. Over Jason Smith, has opened the lead at 0.633. Cleveland leading by that margin at the moment. Smith doesn't have an answer for him at this stage. He's got Josh Goddard right behind him and Adam Wood closing in. Of course, we saw Wood win the earlier heat race this morning. So it'll be 1-1 between he and Cleveland if it stays the way that it is at the moment. Cleveland, if it does stay the way that it is, would grab the pole position for the third heat by virtue of finishing second in heat number 1. 3 laps to go. These DD2, they're a direct drive 125cc water-cooled motor, 2-speed gearbox. On of only 2 categories of racing in Australia that has gearboxes attached to them. It's brought in by the Rotax company out of Austria about 2 decades ago. I think Australia with a terrific history in DD2 Masters. Not so popular as what it used to be, unfortunately. Cleveland's lead now 1.8 seconds over Smith. Goddard still holding down third. However, Wood is starting to put Goddard under a little bit of pressure for that third position. Out of RHQ they go. We're on lap number 7 now. They will get the last lap board when they cross the line the next time. Smith doing a terrific job in second position. Through comes Cleveland now. Dennis Smith followed by Goddard, Wood, Hutchinson in 5th spot. And Steph Duffy rounding out your runners as Scott Cleveland is on the way home. Jason Smith holding down to second position. There's the gap. There's your race leader, Cleveland. Second spot is Smith, then Goddard, followed by Wood. Then it's Hutchinson. And then Duffy is now down the backstretch for the final time. Cleveland comfortably leading the way. He'll be incredibly happy with this one. The checkered flag comes out for Scott Cleveland and he takes the win. Second place goes to Smith, then Goddard, followed by Wood. Then it's Hutchinson and Duffy to round out your finishes. We'll take a break, be back with Tag Restricted Light after we catch our breath.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
So on the racetrack now is Tag Restricted Light for their second heat. Big field, all 22 of them. Cody Scott to line up on the pole. 75, Cooper Horwell in there as well. They're all underway. Scott had the best of the start in the number 3. So down the back stretch they go for the first time. See how they all play out. Gee, there's a bit going on further back in the pack there. Too wide through the hairpin. Look at this group. They're all at it. Scott leads away over the 98 of Jay Keys. Charlie Furlonger is in third. Luke Trost up to fourth. He's going to be strong as we head towards our finals a bit later on. Luke Trost. He's fast. Up the inside. He goes, the youngster. Up to third spot. In a white helmet, the Techno Kart. It's been very much one of the flag bearers for Techno over recent seasons, has Luke Trost. On the national scene as well as here locally. He'll be very difficult when we come to the National Championship here next month. They work on their way through. Trost, quickest on circuit, no surprise. A 49.206. He's 4/10 quicker than Jay Keys in the 98 in front of him. So Scott leading the way at the moment. He's looking very comfortable up the front. We're on lap number 3 here. Don't discount Trost in third. Keys in second spot. Very solid so far. The number 98 machine. The Lando Norris suit on. Not so sure it's a Lando Norris kart, in fact. Further back, Bud Manette making his way through the field up to 16th spot. It's Scott leading from Keys, then Trost, then Furlong up, then Mullins, Manzano up to 6th, then Carmichael, followed by Horwell, McLaughlin, Tillmouth, then it's Munro Mortensen, Duncan Romali, Quez Sales up to 15th, then Manette, Velicott, Kane, Kay, Wheeler, Pole and Turner as they come to the line. The top 3, nose to tail. Through they go. 0.3 of a second from first to second. Another 2/10 back to third, but don't worry about that. Look at Luke Trost in the white helmet. He's all over the back of Jay Keys right now. Both Keys and Trost starting to apply the pressure to the back of Scott as they go down the back stretch. They'll come around, 3 laps to go. Kayla Mullen still 4th, then Furlong up. Then it's Manzano. Will Carmichael in 7th. Tillmouth in 8th spot. Munro up to 9th. Geez, Jack Munro, it's unusual for him not to make ground. Having started in 8th position, rounding out the 10's Robert Mortensen. Gee, Trost is looking good here on the back of Keys, back straight. Up the inside goes Luke Trost. Oh, he overcooked it. Into the hairpin, held onto it, and got the spot as well, if you don't mind. Oh, boy. 2 laps to go now. Luke Trost on the charge. It cost him a few tenths of a second. Going through the hairpin sideways on. However, I get the feeling that he might have the back of the Scott number 3 in mind. And could be in a position to have a go if he can hang on to it. Down the back straight they go now. Scott leading the way, not taking a peek over the shoulder. He doesn't want to take a peek over the shoulder because Luke Trosk is closing in. 1 to go, so just over a kilometre of racing. For Cody Scott to hang on, or can Trosk do it? Through the Brisbane Karts corner they go. Luke Trost, he'll be in a great spot come the third heat, and then the final if he can continue that form. But Cody Scott's been the leader. He now starts to take a peek over the shoulder. He's starting to feel the pressure from the 47. He goes defensive. Trost to the outside. Oh, could he get the switch back? No, he can't. Not just there. Oh, can he? They're going to come to the line side by side. But it's going to be Scott who gets it done over Tross and Jay Keys. Caleb Mullins home in third spot, fourth spot I should say. Then Manzano, followed by Falonga. Then Munro, Carmichael, Tillmouth, Mortensen. Then Duncan, Quisales home in 12th. Vellicott, Manette. Then Horwell, McLaughlin, Ramali, Kane, Kay, Wheeler and Pole with Turner, Aiden finish up. We're going to take a break. Tag Restricted Masters up next.
Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich Tag Restricted Masters. Hits the circuit for their second race of the day. David Vogel on the pole in the 66, Steve Johns alongside in the 47. Then it's Mark Robinson, Wilkinson. Then Thompson, Matt Donnelly out of 6. Scotty Gray, then Pete Sattler, Mick Robinson out of 9. Tim Lemon from 10. Barnett, Field, Brogan, Chislarski from 14th. Smith, then Barnett, Linus Brown, Fletcher, Godfrey, Campbell, Meyer, and the remainder. And our starter not happy. Just catching up we saw Alice Buckley here with us a little bit earlier on in the race suit, ready to go at 10 past 1 this afternoon in the TA2 series. Qualified second to another Ipswich Kart Club product. That being, of course, Jared Hughes. Set the pole time. Great start for Alice in her first TA2 event. So proud of seeing her hit the ground running in that one. Getting set for a start. Big field. Restricted Masters here this weekend. What a great sight that is as they come through the final set of turns onto the front straight, looking for the lights out, and away they go. Green. Down to turn 1 they go. John's had a good start. It's all pretty even Stevens at this stage, running 3 corners into it. Oh, big move coming for third. Through the left-hander there. Down the back straight they go for the first time. 8 laps on the board. Vogel leading the way over Johns. Mark Robinson up to third. Then Gray followed by Sattler. Wilkinson, Donnelly, Thompson, Mick Robinson. And Chislarski's made his way forward to 10th spot. Good battle. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Nose to tail. Robinson, Gray and Sattler. Ooh, bit going on there on the exit of the Video Pro corner. 2 and nearly 3 wide. Sattler at the back of this group here, trying to make his way forward. Not much doing at this stage, not much on offer. Two laps in the books. Problem for the 76 at the back of the field. David Vogel, quickest lap of 51.868. Vogel leading the way by 0.6 of a second over Johns, then Mark Robinson, I should say, Scotty Gray, then Sattler, Donnelly, Wilkinson, Thompson, Chislarski and Smith rounding out your 10. Wilkinson's dropped down to 10th spot now. Scott Gray of 51.616 in 3rd spot there. He's got a fair bit of ground to try and make up, but he has got 5 laps to do it in. Or 4.5, I should say. Move coming further back in the pack. Gray still quick again. He's got the gap down to 1.7 seconds between himself and Johns. He's got a fair bit to try and close that down even further. Not much doing throughout the field. Everyone just into the rhythm of the race here. Vogel's lead was at 0.56 of a second. What is it now? It's 0.546 of a second. So John's marginally faster. Quickest lap for Gray, only for Noel Smith to come through and do his own quickest lap as Cieslawski up to position number 6. Just good battle going on there for 5th backwards Cieslawski as they come towards us on screen. Cieslawski having a look. Up the inside he goes. Makes it up into position number 5. So Alan Cieslawski's been on the move throughout the course of this race. Two remaining. Pete Sattler, a new quickest lap for him. In 4th spot. 51.131. He's 4/10 of a second quicker than your race leader at the moment. Is Pete Sattler. David Vogel up the front. He'll only have one to go when he comes to the start-finish straight the next time. He's been quite commanding since the lights went out on this one. Certainly set himself up nicely for heat number 3. David finished the opening heat a little bit earlier on in 8th spot. Cieslawski with the new quickest lap of the race. Down there in 5th as they work their way through for the final time. There's Vogel leading by half a second over Johns. Through the Autobahn corner they go for the final time. Onto the back straight. It's David Vogel. Takes a good, healthy look over his shoulder. He's got nothing to worry about, though, as he comes through the final couple of turns and onto the front straight. And he'll get the checkered flag and does it quite comfortably over Steve Johns. Then Gray, followed by Sattler. Cieslawski home in 5th with the quickest lap. Then Smith. Then it's Robinson, Donnelly, Thompson, Mick Robinson. Then Barnett, South, Highland. Then it's Field, followed by Campbell, Garrity. Then Godfrey, Barnett, Ferguson and Fletcher. Rounds out your 20. Broughton gets through on Fletcher on the last lap. Then it was Brogan, Wilkinson, Brown, Hicks, Munson. And to round out our finishers was Tim Lemon. We're going to take a break. KA3 Junior Light up next. So KA3 Junior Light hits the circuit. Josh Williams to start on pole in this one for KA3 Junior Light. Down to turn number 1 they charge. Of course, we'll reverse the order from where we were in our previous heat race. Random grid draw for our general categories. Halfway through our second round of heats here for our 5th round of the club championship. One's gone incredibly wide there and into the dirt. Trust you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching with us here today. Field getting through lap number 1. Williams leading the way over Vinnie Terhorse. The number 66 Speed Cafe machine. Declan Hicks in 3rd, then Leggett, followed by Johnny the Jet. In the 30 machine, Jai Flynn up to 6th. Flynn started in 11th spot. He's been in such a good vein of form over recent times as Jai. Hayden Tillmouth in 7th. Then Dixon, followed by Xavier Knight. Connor Edmonds running at your 10. Alistair Flack just outside the 10. The draw didn't go Alistair's way today. But one thing we do know about Alistair is that he's quick. And that he will try and continue to fight his way forward as we head towards trophy time later on this afternoon. Just Terhorst is up and about here in his second heat. Sitting there in second position, working over the back of Josh Williams here. Out of the RHQ corner they go. Now down to Video Pro. And Williams, not only has he got Terhorst right there with him, but Hicks is on his hammer. And AJ Leggett in 4th spot is the quickest driver on circuit. Down the end of the backstretch they go. Top 3, nose to tail. Leggett, he's got Wright and Flynn right there with him. So Flynn's got through on Wright now. Three laps in the books for Josh Williams. AJ Leggett still the quickest kart on circuit in 4th spot, a 49.866. That time by. Personal best for the top 5 out there at the moment. In fact, Williams has got a slight gap here, with Hicks getting through on Terhorst for second. So can Declan Hicks be the one that takes the fight up to Josh Williams? Working their way out of Howard's concreting now. Jai Flynn, new quickest lap for him in 5th. A 49.659 it was, only to be eclipsed by Monty Jamison with a 49.589 down in 11th position. All these drivers utilising the Iami KA100 motor, the 100cc air-cooled motor, wearing LeConte tyres, the official tyre of KA3 racing in Australia. It's all very tightly controlled. And a very even run for all of our drivers here. As Williams leads them. Oh, look at this group here. It's all happening. This group, as it comes to the line, is the back end of the top 10. Monty Jamison to one who's trying to make his way through the field. Oscar Hannock, he didn't finish the previous race. Currently in 10th spot. Dimmer McCarley pushing his way through. He's up to 11th, having started in 22nd. Of course, he was the dominant force in heat number 1, taking the win by nearly a second was Dimmer McCarley. He's had to work hard for this one, which will put him in a nice spot come heat number 3 a little bit later on today. Levi Dosell, he's forcing his way forward. Having started in 18th spot, he's up to 16th, so not really making much ground, Levi. It's unusual for him of late. Dibber up to P10 now. Two laps remaining. Lap and a half really for Josh Williams, who's led from the start. He's been doing a fine job up the front. There's Flynn. He's managed to get his way through on Terhorst up to position number 4. At a position Jai nicely, having finished 5th in the previous heat race. Oh, Terhorst had a quick look down the inside. Jai Flynn standing on the podium in the Premier Junior category at the Australian Kart Championships, the last 2 rounds in succession. He'll be looking forward to coming here to what is very much his home track. In inverted commas, you've got to say, he does a majority of his racing here. But a Sunshine Coaster, as the checkered flag is at the ready for Josh Williams. He leads them through. Will come to the line. Williams gets to checkers. Does it easy over Hicks, then Leggett. Home in 3rd, followed by Flynn and Terhorst back to 5th spot. Johnny Wright in 6th, then Alistair Flack, followed by Dimmer McCarley, then Hannock. Then it's Jemison, Jarrett, then Bailey Dessell up to 13th, then Tilmouth, Jensen, Tresillian, Dixon, Knight, Sydenham, Camelocker, Neil, Newman and Edmonds. That rounds out our KA3 Junior Light, Cadet 12 and 9 P-platers up next. Welcome back to Ipswich. We've got our P-platers out there, the youngsters who are just kicking off their racing career. Only one Cadet 12 with us, that being Bentley McPherson this weekend. The remainder being Cadet 9's Hudson Lawson in the 16. He'll be on the outside front row. Cardinal Rosenberg out of 3 in the 98. Then Heffernan, Van Twest and McPhee. Getting set for a start and off we go. 8 laps on the board this time. I thought we were doing 6 with the P-platers, but we'll do 8. And away they go. Things kicking off nicely out there. Through the RHQ corner they go. Everyone just getting themselves settled down and nicely into it. This is literally where racing starts in their first group of races, these P-platers. In kart racing, you have your P-plates on while you're learning your trade. You get looked at by our race director and clerks, of course, while you're racing. And they're certainly being looked at by the crew down on the infield, keeping an eye on them. Fathers, mechanics, volunteers, all of the above. You can actually see the tension amongst our group on the infield down there. Through the top turn they go. Hudson Lawson leading the way over Grayson McPhee. McPherson into third, then Heffernan, LeRosenberg, then Van Twest. It was nearly 0.2 of a second that Lawson had the last time through. All these kids between, Cadet 9s or between 7 and 9. 9 and 12 for our Cadet 12s. McPhee leads away by 1.1 over Lawson. McPherson third on track, first in class. Big gap that Grayson McPhee has over Hudson Lawson at the moment. We're into lap number 3. Hang on, we've changed the lap counter. We are only doing 6 laps this time. Juice McPhee. It's a clean set of wheels. He's showing Hudson Lawson at the moment. He won the first heat earlier on with the quickest lap of the race. And he's well and truly on track for that one. Again, having started at the back of the bus. He is without doubt ready to step up into the Open Cadet 9 races. Of course, the Cadet 9s are coming up straight after this. Geez, what a lead that McPhee's got. He's at the end of the back straight away. Oh, no. That was our second place driver. Hudson Lawson Gonski. Cooper Heffernan goes up to second spot now. Bentley McPherson up to P3. Rosenberg to fourth, then Van Twest. And Larson is out of commission, unfortunately, as we work lap number 5. They'll get the last lap board the next time. Geez, McPhee is so far in front, it's ridiculous. He'll come around and get the last lap board now as this lot are at the end of the back straight away. That's Cooper Heffernan, a 74. The Jess Golding Motorsport driver. It's 8 seconds that McPhee's got up his sleeve here over Heffernan and McPherson. Then it's a mile back then to Le Rosenberg, then Van Twest. As here's McPhee, Grayson McPhee making it two in a trot as he comes out of the final turn. And we'll get the checkers. Does it with consummate ease, does Grayson McPhee. He certainly had the perfect start to his Super Saturday here. And then Heffernan comes through in second, followed by McPherson. Waiting on Rosenberg and Van Twest to finish it off. They're having their own little battle at the back there. That'll complete our P-platers, their second heat. We'll take a break. Cadet 9 will be up shortly.
In a strange land, I hope I find my way back to tracing my steps. I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by.
And welcome back. Cadet 9 hits the circuit for their second heat as we keep charging through our heat races here. Round 5 of the Club Championship, the tag titles here at Ipswich. Hugo Jones on the pole in a 79. Leah Milligan alongside, then Dominic Mixo. Southgate, Tresillian, Ding and Doyle and Green. All the way okay. Fair bit of cloud cover over the circuit here at Ipswich today. We did have a brief shower of rain which lasted all of about 3 laps earlier on in the day. That seems to have cleared. Reasonably warm. Trust you're enjoying our day of racing wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're here with us at the circuit or on the YouTube channel. And if you can't be here with us and you are watching at home, hope that your Saturday is going superbly as we continue to charge through everything here. Down the front straight away they come. Dominic Mixo's got himself up to position number 2 in front of Leo Milligan. Matty Tresillian running in fourth spot as Hugo Jones leads away. Then Ding, Doyle and Southgate rounding out your runners as they sit at the moment. Starting to tighten up at the front. Hugo Jones took a massive look over his shoulder then. Doesn't want to get too caught up here because won't take much for Mixo and Milligan to pounce. These youngsters between the ages of 7 and 9. All utilising Max's tyres and the Vortex Mini Rock motor. So Jones's lead cut to 0.173. Look at this, the top three. All there together. But they've got to be careful here because the next group of three, being Tresillian, Doyle and Ding, aren't too far away. As now Milligan up the inside, takes over second. Or does he? No, he doesn't. Same helmet colour between Mixo and Milligan. So they go through the bottom turn. Tresillian, Doyle and Ding aren't too far away. So we could have a good little battle happening here fairly shortly. 3 laps in the books. So only 5 to go. Oh, one runs it a bit wide. Gee, the whole field has really closed up here. They're all into each other. Jack Southgate's had some troubles into number 7. To the back of the field. Didn't sound 100% healthy when he came across the start-finish line. Oh, here we go. Milligan having a look at Mixo. Mixo still holding on to second, trying to throw a challenge out to Hugo Jones. Oh, now he does into turn 1. Gets it. So Dominic Mixo, your new race leader in the 14. Good race. Hugo Jones back in second. Milligan trying to work his way through. Then Doyle got through on Tresillian and did the quickest lap of the race in fourth in the red helmet. Jeez, Hugo Jones didn't get the best run out of the left-hander. It's left him a bit vulnerable to Milligan. Southgate's still got his dramas going on there, but he's boxing on. Hasn't taken Mixo long to open up a gap here in the number 14 Arrow Kart. Jones still in second, but he's under the pump from Milligan and Doyle now. Mixo managed to open up a 7/10 of a second lead in a space of a lap. Going to come up to Southgate here. Get out of the road. He's got that cart ailing. He's rolling around, continuing to get the points. So we head towards heat number 3. This is lap number 6. 2 to go. Mixo's lead down to 0.397. So Jones has fought back a little bit here. Alfie Doyle up to third. He's on the gas out there at the moment as Alfie Doyle, the third driver on your screen. Have a look at the speed that he's got. He's going to try and make a move for second. Nothing doing at that point. He'll certainly get a run here, but he'll be on the outside looking in. Up through the right-hander at the top of the hill. Mixo, comfortably in front. Here's Doyle. No. The door didn't open on Hugo Jones. One to go now for Mixo. So Dominic Mixo, 1.1 seconds. He is ahead of Hugo Jones. Then Doyle, Milligan, Ding, Tresillian and Southgate. We'll get the checkered flag the next time by. Dominic has had to work his way forward. Started third on the grid and got himself into the race lead in the early stages and hasn't been headed since as he comes down through the hairpin for the final time. Checkered flag at the ready for Dominic Mixco. He comes to the line and gets it done. Second place goes to Hugo Jones and Doyle. Then it's Milligan, followed by Ding, Tresillian and Southgate to round out your finishes in that one. That was Cadet 9, tag restricted medium will come up next. And we're back here at Ipswich for our late June race meeting. Noel Smith to start this one on pole in a 37 range. Silcock alongside. Then it's John Lawson, Sebi de Salvo, the next grid. Justin Voigt, Hugo Quest Sales, and Scott Jordan, Rudy Farkas, Dean Silcock, Riley Vandenbroek, Goddard Turnbull, and Donnelly. We are go. Down through turn number 1, they charge. De Salvo's got a good start into second. Through the left-hander they go for the first time. 8 laps on the board. through the hairpin on our opening lap here. Out of onside rental group corner they come to reel off the first lap. Ryan Silcock, it is who leads away. DeSalvo into second, then Quest Sales. What a start. 6 up to third, then Smith, followed by Lillis and Voigt. Then it's Vandenbroek, followed by Jordan. Goddard, Donnelly up to 10th spot, then Farkas, Turnbull, and Dean Silcock. Noel Smith. Actually, Noel Smith is on my screen twice. So he started out of 0 and position 1. Pretty talented when you can start out of position 0. Down the backstretch they go now. Driver in position number 5, John Lillis. We've got Voigt, then Vandenbroek, then Jordan right on his hammer as they go down through turn number 1 at the start of lap number 3. Silcock's lead, 0.876. There's the 17 machine. That's Hugo Quest Sales. He's been solid today. Very solid, in fact. Out of the Toowoomba area, making the last number of club days, in fact, the Quest Sales. Through the hairpin they go to Salvo. Bright yellow helmet in position number 3. A Lemon Farmer out of Mariba in North Queensland. Goddard and Donnelly have got through on Jordan and Vandenbroek. So Riley not going his way in this one. Took out the first heat in comfortable fashion. This one not going the way of the Power Republic, number 78. We're working lap number 4. There'll be 4 to go when they come to the line the next time. Geez, Quest Sales has got some pace. He was 2/10 quicker than Silcock the last time through. And he's right there with him. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop they go. And DeSalvo not too far behind either. In the number 7, sitting in third. Quest Sales there, the yellow, black and white cart, second on screen. Closing in on the tail of Silcock, really punching hard at it here. He's got time up his sleeve as there's still 3 to go. Out of that on-site Reynolds group, final turn they go. 0.353 is the gap between our top 2. So can Quest Sales do anything about Ryan Silcock here? Ryan finished third in the opening heat. Quest Sales second. Quest Sales looking to make it one better as this little group. They're fully at it as they head down into the hairpin area. That's Vandenbroek who's just made up a spot on Josh Goddard. And he's got Justin Voigt in front of him from there. 2 remaining in this one. A bit over 2 kilometres of racing to go. Hugo Quest Sales there in second spot. Unable to do anything about the KR of Ryan Silcock who leads the way. Through the RHQ turn they run. Out through Autobahn. Silcock taking a brief peek over the shoulder. I was going to say he didn't really need to be concerned, but he's got to be concerned because they're wheel to wheel on the exit of the hairpin there. Down the front straight. 1 to go. So can Quest Sales get it done here? It'll be a big result if Hugo can get through on Ryan Silcock here. Half a lap remaining. It's still Silcock from Quest Sales with DeSalvo in third. Smith in fourth. Voigt running out your 5. Then Vanderbroek, Goddard, Donnelly, Jordan, Farkas, Turnbull and Lillis as they go down the backstretch for the final time. Checkered flag being unfurled here. And onto the front straight comes Ryan Silcock, who gets the win over Hugo Quest Sales, and Sevi DeSalvo home in third spot. Dennis Smith. Next one through will be Voigt, then Vandenbroek, followed by Goddard, Donnelly, Jordan, Farkas, Turnbull and Lillis. That completes our tag restricted mediums. Cadet 12 up next.
In a strange land, a hope from a way back. In a strange land, a hope from a way back. In a strange land, a hope from a way back. In a strange land, a hope from a way back. In a strange land.
And welcome back to Ipswich Cadet 12. Hits the circuit for heat number 2 as we come toward the end of our second round of heats. Liam Campbell to start on the pole. Sebastian Woodrow, the outside front row. Oliver Jones and Kenny Merida off of row number 2. Frankie Madrick, the 71. Jack Rubrowski, the 22. Then Lusty Johnson Haig. Jackson Bell. Broadbent, then Ray. Oh. Sebastian Woodrow in there as well. Masiko out of position 14. Lennox Carson out of 16. OJ Walton was quick in heat number 1. We'll start from 17th in this one. Let's see what happens here. So Campbell and Woodrow off the front row. The 2 and the 13 away. Down through the first turn. Through the flip-flop they go. Woodrow leading the way in the 13 machine. Yep. A couple have come together at the back. They continue on. Big move up the inside for second. In fact, second and third with a new race leader in Liam Campbell. Down through the bottom part of the race circuit. In fact, a correction, it's Kenny Marita who leads away. So Kenichi is having a solid first lap out there. He's leading by half a second. Sorry, his dad Jumpay downstairs on the deck a little bit earlier on. But it's Ken who leads away now. And look at the margin that he's got over Sebastian Woodrow. Ricardo Johnson's in a fight here with Madrick and Haig. Haig had a quiet run in heat number 1 earlier on today. But expect to see him try and fight back as we head toward the finals a bit later on tonight. Look. One of our drivers has come to a little bit of grief out there. He's trying desperately to get the kart fired, but it ain't working for him at this stage. So Marita leads him to the line. He's got the gap at 0.7 of a second over Woodrow. Then it's Johnston, followed by Madrick, then Haig. Campbell, Bell and Carson got through on Jones and Rubrevsky. Quickest lap for Kenichi Marita of 53.906. Well, look at this run that Ricardo Johnson's got the blue helmet here. Up the inside. He goes to second. And he takes Madurek with him. Nice move. And Blake Haig says, thanks very much. I'm going to get through on Sebastian Woodrow as well. So Woodrow, it's gone from chocolates to boiled lollies for him. Second back to fifth in the space of 2 corners. And Bell gets through on Campbell for 6th spot. So, geez, Kenichi Marita showing him a clean set of wheels. Here's Haig. He's having a look now. Haig up to 3rd spot on Madurek. He can set forces then for Ricardo Johnson in the number 50 machine in front of him. All these drivers utilising the Vortex Mini Rock motor, a 60cc air-cooled engine. Cadet Racing, our entry level of the sport. So 2nd division of cadets, Cadet 9. This is the older drivers, this slot in Cadet 12. It's your first time with us, either watching online or here at the circuit. Jump onto karting.net.au with all the information that you require in relation to kart racing. 65 odd clubs right around Australia, the length and breadth of the country. This group hitting the start finish straight now. Harlan Bell in 6th. He's got Campbell and Carson right behind it. Good drive from Carson coming from the back of the field. There's Johnson. He's got Blake Haig on his hammer. Haig with the fastest lap of the race, a 52.998. And here he is, right on the tail of Ricardo. These two of the best in the country. They do it just about every weekend. And here they are going at it. We're on lap number 6. There'll only be 2 to go when they come to the line the next time. Geez, Haig's right there with Johnson. He wasn't in a position to have a look at him at the end of the straightaway. Frankie Madrick still holding down 4th spot, doing a solid job, as is Sebastian Woodrow in 5th. Carson's got through on Campbell further back. Lusty down in 14th position. There's Johnson, the blue helmet. Your race leader coming out of the left-hander. There is a kart in front, that being Oscar Ray. He's not actually in position. So the green and white kart at the top of your screen is not actually for position. It's a lapper. But there's a 2nd and 3rd place battle. Blake Haig. He's got the pace. Started down in 9th spot. Johnson started down in 8th. They're now running 2nd and 3rd. But Haig, he's up on the wheel. He's all over the back of Ricardo Johnson here. Will he have a go at him? Not just yet. We're on the way home. The 8th and final lap for Kenichi Morita. This is going to be a big result if Ken can hold on. He's got a sizable advantage in that number 8. There he is, Kenny. Down the back straight away. Oh no, Johnson. He was trying to go defensive. It opened a door for Haig, but still Haig couldn't get through. Checkered flag for Kenichi Morita. He gets it done by 1.4 seconds. That's a dominant win for Ken. Ricardo Johnson 2nd, then Haig, followed by Madrick, then Woodrow. Then it's Bell, followed by Carson, Campbell, Jones, Broadbent, Riverevsky, then Walton, Pilot, Lusty, Lawson, Jackson and Ray. That completes your finishes. We're going to take a break. Tag Heavy coming up soon. And welcome back to Ipswich Tag Heavy on the circuit now. Brent Redding will start on the pole. Josh Dagg alongside Will Marshall, then Brock Plum. Matty Goddard, Brendan Nelson and Mark Lees is your field out there. Ipswich dominating up at the Northern Territory titles in Rotex Light. I think every competitor is actually local to here. Jace Matthews taking out the second heat in that one a bit earlier on today. And the New South Welshman Liam Card is continuing his domination in KA2. The kid is quite special. So underway, Marshall slotted himself into third. Brent Redding leading the way up the front, picking up where he left off the last time out. So Redding's lead nearly a second already. Tightly run group behind him. 10 on the board for this one. One of our feature categories here at the tag titles. So Redding's got that advantage up front. Dagg in second. The familiar Power Republic race suit livery. With Willie Marshall there in third, trying to close on in. Further results from up in Darwin. Harry Lack, one of our local drivers here, on top in Cadet 9, along with Luke Robinson, who's been in great form of late as well. Down the back straight. Marshall under the pump here a little bit from Block Plum. Brock driving out of the Jackson Susan Harlow stable. Jackson, team principal, up in Darwin this weekend and winning KA3 by a comfortable margin. So Will Marshall, these two veteran racers, Brock really pushing him right through. The JGM number 17 of Marshall. Been in great form over the last few months, as Will. Nelson not taking part in this one. You see his mum Jen down there before. Have them back at the track. 1.3 seconds, Redding to Dagg now. Marshall still holding down third. All of these drivers utilising 125cc water-cooled motors. A number of different engines are available for use. It's not the convention generally in Australian kart racing, but tag racing's kind of taken off over the last 2 decades. Five down, 5 to go for Brent Redding. Brent took out the opening heat earlier on by 3.9 seconds over Dagg. Plum got into third. Will Marshall is there any change to that order in this particular race? Marshall currently sitting in third spot. in front of Plum. But that's a nice and tight run thing, as you can see on screen at the moment. These two nose to tail for third position. 7 laps in the books now. Well, 6 laps in the books, starting lap number 7. There's your race leader, Brent Redding. He's such a cool customer. Doing it as easy as they come. It's like shelling peas for Brent Redding. Marshall taking a peek over the shoulder. Plum just making an adjustment as they work their way on through. Well, these drivers utilising LeConte tyres. .47.854 that time through for Brent Redding, the quickest lap of the race. He's got about a second to try and pull out to equal his Heat 1 performance. It's currently sitting at 2.9 seconds between Redding and Dag. Josh has actually pulled well clear of the battle that you're watching at the moment. That being for third between Will Marshall and Brock Plum. Matt Goddard just off the back of them, and Mark Lees, the only other driver on circuit, out there as we sit. 2 laps remaining now as we hit lap number 9. Geez, Plum just doesn't have just what he needs to get through on Marshall for that third spot. No doubt the team down there will work between races to try and dial some more into the setup of that kart. They're behind them. Matt Goddard starting to close in. 1 remaining now for your race leader as he crosses the line. So Brent Redding, he's been the class of the show here today in this category. Once again, proving to be that way. The battle for third still goes on. Will Plum have a look here? No. It's eliminated one of his passing opportunities. Checkered flags at the ready, and Brent Redding gets it done fairly easily in the end. Second place will go to Dag by 4.7 seconds, so Redding did indeed extend his advantage in that one. Marshall holds on from Plum, then Goddard, then it's Lees. Rounding out your finishes, 1 to go in this second round of heats tag. Right, that's coming up shortly. And we're back here at Ipswich, the last of our second round of heats, this being for tag light 10 on the board. Mark Tulloch, the 93 to start on the pole. Tommy Gallagher, the 23 of the outside front row. Jack Stimson, the West Aussie. Hugh Maguire out of P4 in the 5. Then Gallagher, Simonelli, Bennett, Brown, Newton, Hunter and Cowie, and off they go down into the first turn. Tulloch took the first heat by 2.6 seconds. Tulloch's picked up the race lead off the pole. Not for much longer, because Gallagher says, I want a piece of that, and takes the lead and takes a low line down into the hairpin. Tom, one of the drivers on the national circuit. Will Gallagher up to third place. Stimson into fourth, followed by Maguire. Then it's Bennett and Simonelli. Brown, Newton, Hunter, Cowie and DeSell. Through RHQ they go on lap number 2 of our 10 here. One of our feature categories of the weekend. You'll see a lot of these drivers, or most of these drivers, at the end of July when the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship comes north for its penultimate round of the year, before it'll then go to Coffs Harbour. For the first time, Coffs Harbour hosting the end of season affair. Took a drive by the track the other day as I was coming back from Newcastle, looking an absolute treat there at the moment. Up through Video Pro goes Gallagher. Tulloch trying to get back on racing terms with him to try and have a crack at him. Not much going on there at the minute. But while Tulloch's locked in behind Thomas Gallagher, Will Gallagher in third spot is starting to close that gap down. Then we've got this battle for fourth and fifth between Stimson and Maguire. Maguire, an actor, a screenwriter, studying at WAPA, the West Australian Performing Arts Institute. He and his mate made a movie in the last couple of years, actually got featured in a major festival over there in Western Australia. Hugh making the trek across to Ipswich for this round ahead of the National Series later on in the year. There he is, the number 5 for CXR Racing. To the line they come. Gallagher still holding on to it, but Tulloch has been consistently the fastest driver on circuit, just hasn't been able to place his kart in a position to try and make a move for the lead. William Gallagher there in third spot, driving the wheels off of the number 49 to try and close the gap there. It was actually about 1/10 of a second slower than Tom and Mark Tulloch as well. Tulloch taking a peek over the shoulder from the Cosmic Kart. Of course, one of the many suites of karts manufactured by OTK over there in Italy. Five laps done, 5 to go. Up to the Autobahn corner they run. Thomas Gallagher, he's got this one in his control. Here's the battle for third with William Gallagher. Heading up Jack Stimson and Hugh Maguire. Hugh having a think about it. Four remaining for your leader. He's under the pump though from Tulloch. But Maguire still punching on hard here behind Stimson. Just can't get himself to that next level. Can Hugh Maguire right now? The team down there at CXR, they know what it takes to win races here at this circuit. They do it on a mind-boggling number of occasions. .27 the gap now from Gallagher to Tulloch. The second of the Gallaghers. Will still in third. Could be a juicy battle coming up later on. Down the back stretch goes Thomas Gallagher, leading the way in this tag light race. Doing a very, very fine job aboard the number 23 Birillart chassis. Two of the biggest chassis dealers in karting 1 and 2 at the moment, Birillart and Cosmic out of the OTK stable. We're working lap number 9 now. When they come by the next time, they'll only have one to go. Gallagher's been under the pump a bit here, but he's driven it perfectly. He hasn't put a wheel wrong. Tulloch's just really put him to the sword. Tulloch will earn himself the pole for heat number 3 a bit later on as they come to the line now. One remaining for Thomas Gallagher. Good drive from Tom. Handful of corners left remaining for your race leader now. They'll start to get the checkers ready for Thomas Gallagher as he comes down toward the final complex of turns here. Through Howards and now out of on-site. Checkered flag is at the ready. And Thomas Gallagher gets the win narrowly over Tulloch. Then it's Will Gallagher followed by Stimson Maguire. Then Bennett Brown, Simonelli, Newton Hunter, Docell and Lachlan Cowie. We're going to take a break. Be back soon here at Ipswich.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy. But that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and, most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by. In a strange
down. Shut up and sit down.
back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wave. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what away. Hands covering my eyes, looks like I was too late.
And welcome back to Ipswich. Had our lunch break and now we're back into it for our third round of heats here this afternoon. KA3 Junior Heavy hits the circuit. Jet Saragi on the pole. Paddy Buckley, he will start on the outside front row, just like his sister is about to do down the road in the TA2 muscle cars. Then Jackson Duong, Leo Liu, Gat, Field, South Coburn and the rest as they go down into turn number 1, and Paddy gets the inside run here and takes over the race lead. Through the flip-flop they charge for the first time for Revolution race gear. And it's Buckley who's got the advantage at the moment. So there's a fair bit of bragging rights going on in the family at the minute. Of course, Alice making that amazing debut for Chevrolet Racing. Right next door, they're about to kick off that race. Got that going on in the background while we bring you all this action live and exclusive here from Ipswich Kart Club as Jai Flynn's got himself into second position now. In fact, that's Jackson Duong, I should say. Then Jet Saragi, then Liu, followed by Gat, then Coburn. Then it's Field, Shaw, Webster, Corkery, Tunnicliffe and Southgate. But Paddy showing him a clean set of wheels through Brisbane Kart's corner there. That's a battle for 4th and 5th on screen. Leo Liu and Raf Gat going at it. Gat driving the TGR Praga kart. Gat in the slipstream here of Leo Liu in the 81. Down the front stretch they go now. Saragi in third with the quickest lap of the race. Gat's got through on Liu. So Saragi pushing on to the tail of Jackson Duong for number 13. The all-white machine. Up through the Autobahn corner goes your race leader, Pat Buckley. There's Duong in second with Saragi, the 38. The Kart Republic right behind him. He's punching on his Jet. New quickest lap for Duong in second. A 49.870, 0.2 of a second quicker than Buckley that time through. So that's nice and fast. And Saragi's not far off either. He's also in the 49s. The drivers in second and third are the only driver in the 49 second bracket at this stage. Rafgat still sitting there in fourth position. Hasn't really made too much of an impression since getting past Leo Liu as Gat. Here's the battle in three at the front. It's starting to close in on the back of Buckley now. Down through turn one. A 50.024 that time for Pat. A 49.870 for Duong. And a 49.9 for Saragi. So Duong and Saragi starting to close the gap here. Then right behind them, you've got Raf Gat, who isn't far off at all. He's running at a similar pace to what your race leader is at the moment. But he'll certainly be there to pick up the pieces should something happen in front of him. Duong down behind the steering wheel there. Certainly with his eyes on the race circuit, but trying to maximise his aerodynamic impact as they go down the front straight. Brody giving the instructions to Paddy on track. Saragi new fastest lap for him. The 49.820 was Buckley's picked up the pace a little bit. He still isn't as quick as what Duong and Saragi are, but still, he is the race leader at the moment. So he's holding on to that as he works lap number 6 of his 8. There's a battle there. Nathan Coburn and Cooper Field going at it. Field holding on to it. Coburn, in fact, holding on to it, with Field throwing everything at him in the Tony kart. 2 to go. Up the front. Oh, nice battle. All three of them are absolutely together here. So Duong, be a big result for him if he was to have the opportunity to throw it to the inside of Buckley as we work lap number 7. But Saragi sitting there in 3rd spot. He's out on the national scene as well as Jet Saragi. He's positioning himself nicely as we head towards our finals a bit later on. Duong up the inside. He runs himself wide, and that allows Paddy to get straight back up the inside. This will be the end of lap number 7, 1 to go. They're punching on out there. So can Duong have another look here? Starting to run out of opportunities is Jackson Duong. Paddy's done this one nicely at the front. Through the left-hander at Video Pro they go. Now up to Autobahn. Couple more corners remaining here. Buckley doing it comfortably. Duong, a fine drive by him, it has to be said. He did hold the lead for one corner at least. Checkered flag at the ready. And it goes away of Paddy Buckley. Duong home in 2nd. Then Saragi Rafgut home in 4th spot. Leo Liu. Then it was Coburn Field, Shaw, Corkery, Southgate, and Tunnicliffe rounding out your finishes in that one. We're going to take a break. Be back soon.
take me back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second.
And we're back with KA3 Senior hitting the circuit for heat number 3. Cooper Fish starting out of pole position. They were feeling pretty comfortable with the world. Caught up with his father Evan a little bit earlier on, the 91. Henry Stratford alongside the 42. Ryan Reid, Max Chatton, the next row of the grid. Annabelle Kennedy out of 5 with Talia Kittle. Another one of our lady racers out of 6. And it's Angus Hare, Paige Yarwood and Ronan Finn. We're off. Down to turn 1 they go for the first time. It's Cooper who leads away the Birrell Art. Number 91. Stratford into second position. Reed's dropped back to 4th there. Up through the top turn they go. Move for 3rd and 4th position. And a move for the race lead as well as they come out of the hairpin. Stratford it is who leads away onto the main stretch. Stratford leading over Fish and Reid. Kennedy into 4th. Then Chatton in front of Kittle. Paige Yarwood in 7th. And Angus Hare in position number 8. And Ronan Finn not out there at the minute. But Fish got to try and fight back here as Stratford just starts to eke a very small advantage. And Ryan Reid, he didn't need a second invitation. He's an aggressive young racer as Ryan, driving out of the Empire Kart Sports stable. Pete Crossingham and a team down there at Empire. Oh, gee, Cooper Fish. Annabelle says, I'm going to go through as well, and just shuffles him sideways. Sits a lot taller in the kart as Cooper. 2 laps down now. So I'll tell you what, Annabelle Kennedy here in 3rd position. She's having a solid look at the tail of Ryan Reid. So back to the start-finish straight they come now. Annabelle, quickest lap of the race of 49.408. Stratford with a slight advantage. It was over, just over half a second. Annabelle sitting there in 3rd. She's Karting Australia's representative in the FIA Academy Trophy over in Europe. Finished that first round of the FIA Academy Trophy in 13th, having started 29th on the grid with Annabelle, just 15 years of age, and really flying the flag as Australia's senior representative in that FIA Karting Academy. So up towards the Autobahn corner goes your race leader, Henry Stratford. This is a solid performance from Henry, doing a terrific job up the front. Your driver in fourth position there, in Cooper Fish, has started to close down. Ryan Reid, quickest lap of the race of 49.136, nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than your race leader. So it's starting to come to Ryan Reid with a couple of laps to go here. And Cooper Fish in fourth. He hasn't given up hope on this one. This is a terrific battle between the four of them as they come down the end of the back straight away. Two laps to go now for Henry Stratford. Reid punching on here. A 49.3. A 49.4 in fact for Stratford that time. A 49.344 for Ryan Reid and a 3.09 for Kennedy, with Fish the quickest of our top four out there at the moment, with a 49.272 sitting there in fourth position. He's not close enough yet to try and affect anything. There he is, the red and white Birillard of Cooper Fish. Now look at this group. Annabelle takes the peek over the shoulder in third spot. She's going to have a crack here. To the start straight they come. One remaining. Fish has dropped off the back of the top three. Although he just did a personal best, not as best as those in front of him at this point in time. Working their way through. Do I tell you, Cooper Fish here, he's all over the back there of Ryan Reid now that Annabelle's got past Ryan on this lap. What a drive it's been here. Oh, up the inside he goes. Big move from Cooper Fish. Checkered flag at the ready. And it's going to be Henry Stratford who gets a win over Annabelle Kennedy, then Fish, followed by Reid, then Chatton, to Leah Kittleholm in sixth spot. Then Yarwood and Hare rounding out your finishes. We're going to take a break and be back soon. How are you? And welcome back to Ipswich. We've got our DD2s out on circuit with Scott Cleveland on the pole, Adam Wood alongside him. Then Josh Goddard, Jason Smith, Dan Hutchinson and Stephanie Duffy. And I've got a guest alongside me in commentary. Harlan Bell is up to join us. How are you, Harlan?
Good. How are you? I think this race will be a pretty good race. Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a look and see what happens here. How's your day going?
It's gone pretty good, I could say. First heat, got second. The second heat, had a little bit of hustle in the start, but made my way back up to sixth.
Good stuff. And it's been a bit of a tough year for you this year. It's been a bit different.
Yeah, it's been pretty hard, but I just had to keep pushing. And last round, of course, there was a letdown of the spin out on the final and the disqualification on the qualifying, but just had to keep going and keep pushing.
Yeah, that's cool. As they get underway here, Scotty Cleveland is your leader over Goddard. So the two Burrell Arts 1 and 2 at the moment. Woody there in third position. Adam, of course, has actually designed the totem that you can see on the left of your screen with all of our racing positions. Josh Goddard looking pretty strong here in second spot.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have a really good race. He's looking pretty strong, but let's see if he can make it up to first.
Now, you're not just all about go-kart racing. Your mum and dad are both stunt people, and your dad has just worked with someone who's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, working with Brad Pitt is pretty cool. Everyone asking where he is, they just say, "Oh, he's working with Brad Pitt." So.
Has he introduced you to Brad Pitt yet?
No, not yet, but hopefully.
Yeah, that's of course a movie that Brad's just been working on over in New Zealand with Shane Bell as his stunt double, if you don't mind. Then of course the F1 movie, you're going to go and see that?
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's going to be a really good movie. Going to watch it with all my mates, so yeah.
Yeah, I think a mate of mine and I are planning on going to IMAX during the week and catching that, so that should be great. It's been getting some fantastic reviews, but here we are on lap number 3 of our DD2 third heat race. Scott Cleveland leading by nearly half a second over Goddard. Adam Wood having a good day, sitting there in third position. Adam and the team here at Ipswich have a number of stickers that are available. They'll be available throughout the afternoon if you want to catch up with those guys, or head across to the bar area once we complete racing later on tonight. And next month you'll be back here at your home track Ipswich for the Australian Kart Championship 4th round. What are your thoughts going into that event?
Well, there's going to be lots more competition. It's going to be a hard race, so lots more people from around the country. The people, like, in my race will be definitely pretty competitive. There's a lot of good drivers around this track, so see if I can make some good positions.
Well, Cadet 12's always tough, and then, you throw that into it for you. From a championship point of view, like with the dramas that you had in Newcastle, it's probably a little bit out of your reach, but certainly in terms of being able to come here and walk away with a big trophy, could be the go.
Yeah, obviously this is my home track, so it's going to be probably a good race. 2023, I'm pretty sure it was the last IKC. I went pretty well. On the qualifying, didn't have a very good qualifying, but made my way back up. Yep. So see if I can do that this round.
No, good stuff, and we're certainly looking forward to coming here and putting that round on. Of course, it'll be live and free across 7+ throughout the country. Been getting some fantastic reviews from the 7+ coverage that we've had at the last 2 rounds of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. Getting some really good ratings as well. So looking forward to bringing you that one as Scott Cleveland. He's after a big trophy today. El Presidente, your fellow Birrell Art racer, is doing a great job up front.
Yeah, they both look like they're doing pretty well. They're keeping it in front, see if they can keep that till the end of the race.
And you this weekend, you pitted down there with Tyler Greenbury. Tyler and Damo giving you a bit of a hand for your club day competition.
Yeah, obviously because there's the Darwin State titles. Patrizzi isn't here this weekend, so Tyler asked to help. So of course we jumped on board and started, and he can help us for this weekend.
Good stuff. No, it's you've got your final coming up a little bit later on. We're only about 3 or 4 races away. Oh, sorry, your third heat, then the final. What is your hopes for this afternoon and this evening?
Well, I don't know what I'm starting, so hopefully that's good, but hopefully I can get up to second or first and battle to get into the lead and finish.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look and see where you will be starting. 3, 4, Cadet 12. You're actually on the front row. There you go. Oh. On the front row alongside Ricardo.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
That brought a little smile to your face, didn't it?
Yeah, I saw on the times that we both got second and sixth. Of course, Oscar had an unfortunate race that last one. Had good pace, but he unfortunately spun out, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, that was pretty good.
Well, the checkered flag's out on this one. And the race win goes the way of Scott Cleveland. At the end of all of that, he gets a win over Josh Goddard. Then it was Adam Woodhome in third spot. Then Jason Smith, Dan Hutchinson, and Stephanie Duffy rounding out your finishes. Tag Restricted Lights coming up next. We'll take a break. Be back soon. And we're back here at Ipswich getting ready to go with Tag Restricted Light. Harlan Bell joining me, Matt Payne, in commentary here this afternoon. Trust that you're enjoying your Ipswich race day, whether you're tuning in online or you're here with us at the circuit. Plenty more action still to come. Our fourth race in the third round of heats here. Luke Trost to start on the pole. Jay Keys on the outside front row. Then Jack Munro and Cody Scott. Jack taking a pretty conservative approach. Caught up with him during our break a bit earlier on. Said he's surrounded by techno karts that felt were going to gang up on him, and well, they've done that because they've shuffled him down the order. Number 7 machine there of Angus Quest Sales has pushed himself into position number 4 in a fairly solid kick-off to proceedings. Jack Munro's dropped back to our 7th or 8th there. He'll be off to, two have come together at the back. He'll be off to the Queensland State Championship up at Mareeba in Cairns next weekend. So it's going to be a big event, that is for sure. Of course, the State Championships were held here last year. How you doing, Cairns? No.
This is more just testing for the weekend, just testing.
This will be your last opportunity, really, to race here before you come back for that Australian Kart Championship round.
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to on any other track. I only just pulled up to the racetrack and started racing for the practices, and that's all the practice I get at those tracks. So this is the only time that I really get to test for AKC.
Yeah, and it's like Cadet 12 is such a busy class, so many entries. It's like, as you found out with Newcastle, to even, you have a couple of dramas and suddenly your whole weekend's like you're struggling for the whole weekend effectively.
Yeah, obviously if you get like a disqualification or you spin out or something, qualifying is one of the biggest races, or should I say on the track of the weekend, because it sets you up for your whole entire weekend.
Yeah, 100%. And as you say, we whittle it down to only 40 competitors at the end of it when there's nearly 60 that have entered. So there's going to be a whole number of them that are packing up and going home, and you don't want to be one of them.
Yeah, of course. Not coming into the final, you make all your way up just to not do the final race, which is what you're here for. So that it's pretty bad when you don't come into the final.
No, that's exactly right. Luke Trost leading the way here as we click over our third lap over Jay Keys by 0.6 of a second. Cody's got up to third in front of Quest Sales and Callan Mullins, then Manzano, followed by Munro in 7th. Will Carmichael, then Tilmouth, Dean Velicott, rounding out your top 10. Then it's Charlie Furlong and Robbie Mortensen. Jack Duncan, Bud Manette having a great run out there. The P-plates on the number 5. Jackson Turner, Josh McLaughlin, Cooper Horwell, then Pole, followed by Romali Wheeler and K. Dean Kane. Off to the side of the race circuit. A not very happy bystander sitting there and watching everything go along. How do you prepare for a race, Harlan?
Normally I just try to get as much energy as I can before the race. Try to stay calm, not be silly, but try to just think about the race, envision the track, think about my lines and what my coach taught me or told me what to do, and yeah.
And get into it, get amongst all of the action out there. There's Tross of 47 on your screen at the moment, doing it with consummate ease. He's just eked out a little bit more of a gap. It's out to 0.8 of a second. Should almost be a second when he comes by the next time. He's a couple of tenths quicker than Keys the last time through. Cody Scott still in third position. The 3 Technos, 1, 2 and 3. And Jack Munro pretty much predicted exactly what was going to happen to him off the line, and he's down there in 6th spot. He's made up a spot in front of Jordan Manzano at the minute. Caleb Mullins having a good run in position number 5 at the minute for this battle for second and third. Cody Scott in the 3, closing in on the back of Keys as they shoot up to the Autobahn corner. Down the back straight away they go. See, Dad's been enacted as Brad Pitt. Your mum goes and does some pretty crazy stuff as well.
Yeah, she used to be at SeaWorld doing all the stunts, but when I was born, she kind of just had to put her life on me and had to help me and Dad still did the stunts and stuff.
I've seen your mum at the go-kart races before, and she rides every single corner with you. And especially when you had a rollover the other week, or when was that, 2 years ago? He had that, a year ago, he had the rollover in Adelaide. And, your mum was definitely riding that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, she was pretty scared when that happened. It's definitely something in my life that will, I will remember a lot. I still have the steering wheel on my shelf when I slept in the big scratch marks.
You don't want to be doing that again, that's for sure. Here we are, we're on the last lap now. Luke Tross, he's leading the way. Cody Scott's got himself through to second position in front of Jay Keys. Then Quez Sales holding down fourth. Mullins and Munro. Manzano, Carmichael, Tilmouth and Velicott. That's how they run at the moment with Luke Trost. He's on the way home. There's Cody Scott in second position. Doing a terrific job here. Meantime, couple of corners to go for your race leader. Soon to be race winner. Quez Sales is having a great weekend there in fourth position. And checkered flags out for Luke Trost, who gets the win. Takes it by 2 seconds over Cody Scott. Then Keys, followed by Quez Sales and Munro. Then it's Mullins. Manzano, the next one through. Then Carmichael, Tilmouth, Velicott, Furlonger. Then Turner, Mortensen, Duncan, Manette. Then McLaughlin, Horwell, Romali, Pole, Wheeler and Kay to round out your finishes. We're going to take a break here and be back soon. Welcome back to Ipswich and tag restricted masters out there, David Vogel and Alan Chislowski off the front row. Pete Sutler, Brad Garrity, Steve John, Scotty Highland and Scott Campbell, Mick and Mark Robinson out of positions 7 and 8. Evan Broughton, the 91 from 10. Then Godfrey, Ferguson, Field, Gray, Thompson, Smith and the whole crew getting set for a start. Harlan Bell joining me in commentary up here before he has to go and strap the helmet on for the Cadet 12 race. Coming up a bit later on. But we'll get our Restricted Masters race underway. Chizowski off the front row in the EKS. Him and Vogel side by side as they go down through turn number 1. All good through there for the time being. Chizowski it is. He leads away in the old boys. Good field as well. So, Harlan, next for you in terms of racing, where are we looking at once we start to advance our way through the categories and so on? Where do you want to go?
After Cadet 12, I'll probably go to KA3 because I'm probably too small for KA2 and not as strong.
Yeah.
But maybe KA2, I don't know yet. But after KA2, maybe if I could get into like cars or something like that.
No, for sure. Great opportunities exist. We've just been watching the Speed Series as well in the background. Alan Chizowski leads away by nearly 0.4 of a second. It's great to see. Like, for you, having watched some of these guys that are racing in the TA2s and all of that sort of stuff, that must give you like a great deal of confidence in terms of what you might be able to do down the line, because, you know, they've all come through this racetrack here and doing club days like you are at the moment.
Yeah, it's all starting from Ipswich to Woomba, Warwick, those little tracks, all coming up to like big tracks, to like Newcastle, Emerald, like all the IKC tracks, the big ones. So hopefully I will be able to get into cars. So yeah.
That's for sure. Alan Chizowski leading by 0.8 of a second over Brad Geraghty. David Vogel off the front row, dropping back to third. Scott Hyland sitting in fourth. Then it's Sattler, Mick Robinson, Johns, Campbell, Broughton, and Mark Robinson rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Noel Smith up to 15th position, having just got past Kev Field in that one. Working lap number 3 here of our tag Restricted Masters. Oh, a bit going on here. Bit of hand signals. Side by side. That's a battle for third, fourth and fifth here at the moment. Well, these guys get on pretty well together, but pull their visor down. And it's on. Vogel still holding down to third. Steve Johns has got through on Mick Robinson. Further back, Adrian Godfrey drops a couple. Adrian Ferguson back to 15th position. Who's your favourite race car driver, Harlan?
Well, like old time is definitely Lewis Hamilton, but right now it's probably Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, he's going all right, Oscar. Second fastest in the second practice session overnight there at the Austrian Grand Prix behind Lando Norris, as they had their little bit of a spat at the previous event. Look at this right here. Pete Sattler, that bright yellow and blue machine, really having a crack as they go down the front straight. Sattler, the 56, trying to get through on Scott Hyland into fourth spot. Nothing available to him at this stage. Hyland just holding down his position. Hyland in a 44 machine on screen. Now a move for second. David Vogel goes up the inside of Geraghty. And a 66 goes to P2. That's given Hyland a bit of impetus. And he goes up the inside. He goes up into P3 on Brad Geraghty, which will then in turn open the door for Sattler to try and come through. Coming across the line, that's 5 laps in the books. 3 to go for your race leader, Alan Chizowski, who's doing it pretty comfortably. He's looking pretty comfortable out there out in front.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a good race pace. Seems pretty comfortable in that spot. It looks like he'll probably get the win in this race, but second and third and fourth and fifth having a good battle.
Yeah, it's not over and done with for those minor positions. David Vogel on screen holding down to second spot, but he is under the pump from Scott Hyland. Brad Garrity not far away. Then Pete Sattler still in fifth spot. He seems like he's just been mired there for the entire race. He just can't get what he needs to do to get through. Steve Johnson, Robinson, then Campbell, Broughton. Scott Gray in 10th spot now. Across the line they go. 3.9 seconds a gap from Cieslawski back to Vogel. But what about this group coming through turn number 1? No surprise that Cieslawski's the fastest on circuit. We've got a battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. Throwing 6th and 7th there as well. Oh, problem for Scott Gray. He doesn't come across the line. Lost a whole bunch of spots. But Cieslawski, 3.9 seconds into his back pocket. He will get the last lap board. He's dominated from the front, and it's been a good drive.
Yeah, he's looking like this race has gone his way pretty good. Let's see who can maybe get third.
Well, that's right, as they come through. They're on the way home here. Oh, the 44 of Highland had a look at Vogel into turn 1. Wasn't able to pull it off, but certainly pushed it hard through there. And it's possibly cost him some time because Vogel has opened up a kart length advantage. In the meantime, Sattler gets through into position. No, in fact, he still remains in P5. Thought he got through a spot. But then there's a move coming on the exit of the Video Pro corner. Meantime, Cieslawski down the backstretch for the final time. Here he is, the EKS kart, number 25. He'll come through. And he will get the checkered flag and take the win. Cieslawski wins. Second spot. That'll go to Highland, then Vogel, Garrity, followed by Sattler. Then Johns, Robinson, Campbell, Broughton, Smith, Thompson, Robinson. Then Godfrey, Ferguson, Kev, Field. Then Barnett, Donnelly, Sowen, Brogan, and Fletcher. Rounding out your top 20. Harlan, you better go and get ready to go racing, boy.
Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Harlan Bell up here in commentary with us. He'll head off and get himself in position for the Cadet 12 race a little bit later on.
Take me back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday, in a strange land.
And we're back with KA3 Junior Light here on our club day at Ipswich. Jai Flynn and the 27 of Dimmer McCarley off the front row. They're side by side into turn 1, and it's Jai who gets the jump and leads them through turn number 1. Good start there, Dimmer McCarley into second. Looks like Josh Williams has got himself up to third position on the jump here on lap number 1. Our top 4, nose to tail, down the backstretch. Flynn leads away. McCarley, the arrow, having a look up the inside. They're going to go side by side. McCarley leads. The EKS of Williams into third. Declan Hicks up to position number 4. Oh, geez, McCarley, what happened there? He's managed to lose 3 spots at turn number 1 and drop back to 4th place. Oh, boy. And now he gets himself back to 3rd. Does McCarley. Through the left-hander at Video Pro. There's the 31 machine of Baxter Jarrett in 5th spot. He's all over the back of Declan Hicks there. In fact, he's all over the back of Dimmer McCarley. We're working up number 2 here. The complexion of this race has changed appreciably on this lap. It's only our second lap here. Down the front straight now. Jai Flynn, blue numbering there, indicating that he is the state champion. Oscar Hennock, fastest lap of the race, down in 13th position. Flynn leading by just over a tenth of a second on Josh Williams. McCarley trying to fight back here. Oh! He's into the back of Williams, and Williams has gone around. Oh, he's filthy. Wow. They come together, and Williams spun it around, and it's dropped right to the back of the field. Officials will no doubt have a look at that post-race. Not that I'm indicating that anything untoward happened. Oh, no, we've got a couple that have come together towards the back. One on top of another. Actually thought the card had gone over. We're going to go to a full course caution in this one. A slow board is out. They will come under the control of our race leader. Great job by the 2 drivers that were involved there to move the carts out of the road. One in a little bit of distress. That's the 24. It's Jacob Neal, unfortunately. Our officials will head across to that part of the race circuit. Up the front, they still don't know that it's a full course caution. They will see that when they come to the line. Jacob in a bit of bother down there. Connor Edmonds down there with him. That's really unfortunate. You'd never like to see that. We'll get our officials down to that part of the race circuit to check in with the youngsters. I'd actually thought the card had gone upside down then, but it hadn't. It had just come together. So this is our version of a safety car in kart racing. It's something that was implemented here in Australia. It's now being utilised in other parts of the world. So if we do have a situation like we did have there, we can assess the scenario with our drivers and avoid going to a red flag situation if we can do. So the word from our officials is that we're looking toward a restart. This time the green flag is getting ready to be waved. Flynn leading from Barrett, then Jamison, followed by McCarley. Then it's Hicks, DeSell in 6th spot, caught up with Levi during our lunch break a little bit earlier on. Leggett, then Flack, then Jensen, Terhorst. They're in 10th spot. Then Hannock, followed by Bailey, Dixon, Camelocker, Wright, Tresillian, Tilmouth, Newman, Sydenham, Knight and Williams. And we're back racing. Back underway. Through turn number 1 again they go. Flynn leading the way. Sunshine Coaster in tremendous form of late. Certainly he'll be one of the favourites coming into KA2 here at the SP Tools Australian Championship that'll be here in a few weeks' time. CXR racer. He's got Baxter Jarrett flying behind him. One of the Empires with Monty Jamison holding down third. Baxter to the high side. Has a look. Look at this. Dimmer McCarley. He's back into it. Got 7 of them into it at the moment. Coming to the line they come. Flynn under the pump. This is great racing. One of the best races of the day so far. KA3 Junior turning it on here, as it usually does. It's KA100 air-cooled motors. Got a slight restrictor on them for the juniors. Oh, Jarrett had a look there. Door wasn't opened. McCarley under the pump from DeSalle in the number 12 machine. Now Flynn, that's the biggest gap that he's had for a while. It's a work lap number 7. Great race here. Look at this group. Absolutely going at it. Flynn leads them to the line. 1 to go. Geez, Jarrett had a good run. Oh, boy. Wow, McCarley. He had the inside line there. He went low, he went high, he went inside, he went outside. And hung on to it. But I think it's dropped him a spot, has it? Yes, it has. He's dropped back to 5th. Vince Terhorst up to 6th spot, having started in 10th in the Speed Cafe machine. Up to the top turn goes Jai Flynn for the final time. Started on the front row. He's not looking forward. He's keeping the eye over his shoulder because he knows that Baxter Jarrett will absolutely have a go if there's an opportunity there. Checkered flag, side by side, and it goes the way of Flynn with Jarrett setting the quickest lap of the race on the final lap. Then it's Jemison, followed by DeSalle up to 4th. Dimmer McCarley, then it was Terhorst, followed by Flack. Then Hicks, Hennock home in 9th. Then Tresillian, Jensen, Wright, Kamaloka, Sydenham, Williams.
Shut up and sit down.
So we're back here at Ipswich. Our P-platers are out there. The Cadet 12, there's only one Cadet 12 P-plater. And the Cadet 9s as well, kicking things off. McPherson. And McPhee up the front. McPhee's been the one that they're chasing in the 72. Taken some dominant performances so far today. Let's see what they can do here. Anyone try and take the challenge? What's happened between races here? Let's have a look. There's McPhee, jumps into the race lead here. A position that he has been comfortable in for the majority of the day so far. Oop, a couple of them have come together. Got another one that's taking no further part in the event over the backside there. That's McPhee. He leads the Cadet 9s. Bentley McPherson, the only Cadet 12. He's second on circuit. Hudson Lawson and Carter Rosenberg. Cooper Heffernan. Carter Rosenberg is the driver over that side of the circuit. Van Twest. It's the Van Twest family. I'm assuming that it is of the same family, Cooper, because they done quite a bit in circuit racing over the years. Forget Utes from memory. But Grayson McPhee leads by half a second out there at the moment. It's a position that he's been in all day long. It's 2 laps in the books. We're doing 6-lap races, but it looks like we're doing an 8-lap race for this time. Hudson Lawson sitting in third spot on the circuit, second in his category. Then Heffernan, Van Twest. That is the order out there at the minute. All 5 of them. Of course, these kids, it's exactly what they are, just kicking off their racing careers. course, you have to wear the P plates for the first number of races that you do. Our officials keeping a keen eye on how these youngsters go. All starting at the age of 7. You can start practicing from the age of 6. You can start racing from the age of 7 in Australia. Other parts of the world a lot younger. This is very much the entry level of motorsport in Australia. Karting Australia runs the Junior Sprockets program right across the country. All the information for that sub-junior program is available at karting.net.au. So McPhee and the Praga kart doing a terrific job out there. You certainly get the tick of approval at the end of this one, that's for sure, from our officials with how he's performed here today. Still got a final to go, though, of course, a bit later on. A 55.517. 4.1 seconds a gap from McPhee back to McPherson. But reminder, they aren't racing each other. They're in two separate categories out there. Four laps in the books. Here's the number 6, Cooper Van Twest. Give it a nice run down the front straightaway. Beautifully presented machine. Cooper in one of his first ever race meetings here. They're all a bit spread out there at the moment. But this is the training ground, that is for sure. Great initiative from the Ipswich Kart Club. McPhee now holds a 5.5 second advantage over McPherson. Lawson still in third spot, comes across the line. There's a 74. That's Cooper Heffernan. He's sitting in fourth on the circuit at the moment. There's no doubt about this man, the number 72 of Grayson McPhee. He's only got 2 laps to go to bring it home and keep his perfect Saturday intact. There he is. In fact, that's Heffernan back there in fourth spot. One of the many Jess Golding Motorsport drivers that seem to be proliferating racetracks right across the country. Big weekend for the sport with the Northern Territory titles on this weekend up at Darwin at Hidden Valley. So last lap board on display for Grayson McPhee now. He shoots off down into turn number 1 for the final time. He's got 7.9 seconds up on Bentley McPherson. Hudson Lawson having a lonely run in third. So too Heffernan and Vance West coming to grips with it all. Out there in the number 6. As McPhee starts to come down towards Vance West. However, he won't catch him before the checkered flag is unfurled on the front stretch, which will be the next time. Down the back straight they go. Your race leader is the second kart on screen at the moment. The 6 has been caught. In fact, McPhee doing a great job. He did catch him. Oh, the door gets shut. Bit of a nervous moment there as the checkered flag's on display. And Grayson McPhee, 3 from 3 for McPhee. Bentley McPherson second, the first of the Cadet 12s And then it was Lawson, followed by Heffernan and Van Twessler. Rosenberg, a non-finisher. We'll take a break. Be back soon.
Land of hope from a way back in a strange land of hope from a way back in a strange land of hope from a way back in a strange land of hope from a way back in a strange land.
And welcome back as our Cadet 9s hit the circuit for their third heat race. And in this heat, then we'll get to finals a bit later on. We're going to give them one more lap. Oh, one's just decided to have a spin on the front straightaway. That is the number 19 of Alfie Doyle. Yep, he's been able to get it back on circuit. 8 laps on the board. Dominic Mexico will start on the pole. Hugo Jones alongside in the 79. Then Milligan. Doyle has been relegated to the rear after that incident. Then Ding. Jacob Ding, that is, in the 55 out of 5. Matty Tresillian in the 71. And Jack Southgate in the 7. So Mexico, he's been the one to catch. He's won both of our heats so far. Therefore, we'll start on the pole. That's how we determine the grid for heat number 3 and the final, is that we'll add up the finishing positions. The driver with the lowest finishing positions is on the pole. So Mexico and Jones off the front row. Set for a start this time. Hang on, we've got a red flag out. So, red flag situation. I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but officials weren't happy with where the track was. I didn't see an incident, so that's a little bit bizarre. But anyway, we'll take a quick break and be back soon.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming. Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Okay, so we're back here with our Cadet 9s. We sent them back to get a little rap over the knuckles because they weren't behaving themselves on the roll-up previously. So we'll try again. 8 laps on the board. Our officials have been down there to have a chat with them. So it's Mixo that'll start on the pole. Hugo Jones alongside him. Then it's Milligan, Doyle, Ding, Tresillian and Southgate. Doyle out there. Did get assistance from a helper on the inside of the track. So whether that's frowned upon or not, I don't know. We'll soon find out on that one as they come around. So Mexico and Jones alongside each other, getting set for a start. 8 on the board. We're away this time. Going to try and go 3 wide into turn at number 1. Jones up the front. He's got away here in the 79. Got it through on Mixco to kick things off. Mixco's been the one that has had the pace today so far. Alfie Doyle's still there in third position. Down the back stretch. Great presentation from the 79 there of Hugo Jones as he comes around to complete his opening lap. Alfie Doyle right with him. Doyle in the Power Republic machine. Having a good old look as they exit turn number 1 there. Start working their way through now the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Doyle was the quickest on the opening lap. Geez, Mixco now starting to pick it up, sitting in third. As Doyle, he'll go to the high side. Mixco in the 14 in the blue helmet. Having a look, nothing doing there. Onto the back straight away they go. Jacob Ding in 4th spot. He wants to be part of this as well as they head down towards the hairpin. Oh, big move there, Mixco. He gets 1. He tried for 2, but Doyle goes straight back up underneath him and into second position. Down the front straight. G. Doyle to the lead now. Jack Southgate having more problems out there in the number 7. Alfie Doyle leads the way now. Hugo Jones in second. Dominic Mixo in 3rd spot. Then in 4th it'll be Ding, followed by Milligan Tresillian, who's the quickest out there. And Jack Southgate. That's how they run at the moment. Geez, Alfie Doyle, since getting to the lead, has really opened up this advantage that he's got over the 79 of Jones. Oh, Mixco had a look. Nothing available there for him. Jacob Ding sitting on the tail of that trio. Leo Milligan had a problem out there. Lost a whole heap of ground in the number 25. He continues on. Low entry numbers for Cadet 9, somewhat unusual. Of course, the breeding ground of future champions of the sport is our Cadet Racing, the Vortex Mini Rock motor. Very much a standard of this style of racing right around the world. It's been a great servant to Australian karting since being implemented around 11 years ago. Down through turn 1 they go. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th continues to rage. Jones, Mixco. He can't do anything. He's won the 2 races so far today. The Arrow pilot, but he sits in 3rd spot. There, the second kart on your screen right now. Trust you're enjoying all of the action wherever you're tuning in today. Geez, Alfie Doyle had a problem in the initial roll-up lap, but he's certainly made every post a winner since then and is comfortable up the front. 1.2 seconds in front of Jones, who's under attack now from Mixco in the 14 machine. Then Jacob Ding in 4th spot at the back of this group that you're watching in the yellow helmet. In fact, there's a green and yellow helmet, a very old school James Courtney style helmet there on Jacob Ding. So can Mixco there in 3rd spot do anything about Jones, the early race leader? Mixco in the blue helmet here, trying to get onto racing terms with Hugo Jones in second. Meantime, Alfie Doyle's opened up his lead to nearly 2 seconds. Jones just having a little bit of a look over the shoulder. Mixco's, he'll be fairly happy. Well, happy with his previous 2 heats. That'll keep him in good stead for the final a bit later on. So if they have been playing around with that machine, they'll possibly go back to where they were previously. Through the flip-flop they run. We're 6 laps down, 2 to go for Doyle. Mexico still there in third, unable to do anything about Jones in front of him. And in turn, Ding sitting there. There's the third cut on screen. Jack Southgate just hasn't had a great day at all in that number 7. Currently in 7th. Now we hit the final lap. There goes Doyle through. New quickest lap for him of 55.985. Then Jones, followed by Mixco, Ding, Tresillian, Milligan and Southgate. That's the order. Mixco not able to do anything about Hugo Jones. He's just got a couple more corners to go. A few passing opportunities. But there's no doubt about Alfred Doyle up the front. That's the gap that he's got there. First, back to second, third and fourth, then fifth. Matty Tresillian has been doing a terrific job back there in 5th position. Out of the final corner comes Alfie Doyle and on to the front straight away to get the W. Takes the win. Slight fist bump there as he went across the line as well. Then it's Jones, followed by Mixco. Then Ding, Tresillian home in 5th spot. Then it will be Milligan and Southgate to round things up here in our Cadet 9 heat race. We've got tag restricted medium coming up next. We're going to take a break and be back soon.
Said it was safe. Little do we know just what a way. Hands covering my eyes. Looks like I was too late. Strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by.
And we're back here at Ipswich with tag restricted medium to take to the circuit. Ryan Silcock and Hugo Quez Sales will start on the front row. Riley Vanderbroek, Noel Smith, Sebi DeSalvo and Josh Goddard the next row. Then it's Voigt, Farkas, Jordan, Lillis, Dean Silcock, Quiet Donnelly and Liam Turnbull. And our officials not happy. Everyone getting themselves into their position. Good to see Quest Sales having a great weekend in a 17, that yellow and black machine on your screen at the moment. We're off this time. 8 laps on the board. Through turn 1 they go. Problem for the 15. Uh-oh, we've had a couple that have come together down at turn number 1. Liam Turnbull's machine not being overly kind to him. Working their way around now on lap number 1 here. Between races, just had a quick look on the Speed Hive app. Number of regulars here at Ipswich competing in the Northern Territory State Championships this weekend and doing a very fine job. In fact, a number of our regulars that you'd see here on our club days are at the absolute peak of that Northern Territory State Championship at the fantastic Darwin race circuit. So Vandenbroek leading the way in the number 78. Started out of position number 3. Quez Sales on his tail. Then there's a slight gap back to Sebastian DeSalvo, the North Queenslander. Because next weekend, the state championships are in Seb DeSalvo's hometown of Mariba, up there in Cairns. Silcock up to 8th in front of Donnelly. Goddard, Lillis and Ryan Silcock in 12th position. 0.2 of a second between Vanderbroek and Quest Sales. Quest Sales, one of his best performances, it must be said, sitting there in second position. Still a bit to do though, because there is a final to come a bit later on. But if he's running with Riley Vanderbroek, he knows that he's doing a sensational effort. And starting on the front row for this one as well. The end of lap number 3. Quest Sales really going with Riley Vandenbroek. The Power Republic number 78 leading the way here through the Brisbane Karts corner. Good battle going on here as well. A bit further back. That's the number 2 of Rudy Farkas, the veteran, in 5th spot. Been one of those foundation members of this venue since it was opened. He's got Dean Silcock there with him in the 6th and Justin Voigt just behind them. Josh Goddard down in 8th, then Smith, then Donnelly. And it's Silcock and DeLilla, such your runners at the moment. Vanderbroek, new quickest lap, 50.196. So Quest Sales really going. Seb DeSalvo there in third spot. The lemon-coloured helmet. Having a pretty boring old run sitting in third, but he'll be happy with that. It's Farkas behind Silcock. Silcock in the 6. The FA car. Fernando Alonso machine. He's starting to close in on Scott Jordan in the 41. So Quest Sales has picked up the pace here. Vandenbroek fastest driver on circuit, but watch out because Quest Sales in the yellow, black and white machine. He's all over the tail of Riley Vandenbroek onto the front stretch. 2 remaining now. Quest Sales has picked up the pace. A 50.081. He was nearly a tenth of a second quicker than Vandenbroek that time through. He hasn't given up this one without a fight. He's got a lap and a half left to go here. To the Video Pro corner they go. Quest Sales, can he get the job done here? Down the back straight. Look at Quest Sales down over the steering wheel. Right on the hammer here of Vandenbroek. I think he's got the pace. It's just a matter of getting the kart into position, as they always say. Catching's one thing, passing's another. Quest Sales goes faster again. Takes 9/100ths of a second out of your race leader that time. Through the flip-flop they charge. Quest Sales kart looks like it might be handling it slightly better on this one. Gets a bit of a ragged run out of RHQ. Down through the Video Pro turn. Vandenbroek looking comfortable up the front. And he's certainly got this one in his safekeeping. Possibly a little overdrive there from Hugo Quest Sales. But as they come to the line, it's going to be Riley Vandenbroek who gets it done. Nice work. Takes the win. Second place goes to Quest Sales. DeSalvo comes through in third position, followed by Dean Silcock, then Scott Jordan, Josh Goddard, Farkas, then Ryan Silcock, Cord Donnelly, then Voigt and Lillis rounding out your finishes in tag restricted medium. We're going to take a break. Cadet 12 out next. The action's coming thick and fast here at Ipswich today. Round 5 of the Club Championship. The tag titles on circuit now is Cadet 12, some of our young stars. Ricardo Johnson on the pole in the 50. Our little mate Harlan Bell, who was with us here in commentary earlier on, in the 7 off of 2. Row 2's Frankie Madrick, the 71, and Lennox Carson, the 83. Blake Haid out of 5 and a 75. Jeremy Broadbent, the 32 from 6. Then it's Kenichi Marita, OJ Walton off of the 4th row. Then Ray, Woodrow, Jones, Campbell, Pilot, Ribrevsky, Masiko, Lawson, Lusty and Jackson. That is your lineup here. They're underway. And it's a Harlan. He's leading the way here. Getting the test session in ahead of the Australian Kart Championship round. Had a shocker at Newcastle. Was disqualified from qualifying. And then it just didn't really pick up from there as they head down the back straight. Johnson on the tail of Bell now. In fact, that was Carson on the tail of Bell in the 83. It's really pushing along here. Oh, they've gone through. They've gone through, so Carson was able to get the door open. In fact, Haig's gone through to second spot. Oh, one off on the dirt. I think that was Lennox Carson. He's dropped down a few positions. Is that Madrick that's leading the way over Haig? Nope. One's off there at the end of turn number 1 as up the inside goes Blake Haig. The bright white of Haig leading the way now over the 71 of Madrick. Down the front stretch. Bell into 3rd. Into 4th spot's Oscar Ray. Then it's Johnson, followed by Broadbent, then Marita, Jones and Walton, Woodrow, Pilot, Riberowski, Masiko, Campbell. Lusty is your top 15. With Blake Haig. Finished 3rd in the second heat. And 10th in the opening heat. So Haig was really picking it up at the right end of the day as he starts to open up a slight advantage. There's Johnson in the 50. He's got Broadbent and Marita right there with him as well as they go down the back stretch. Trying to close in onto the back of the 7. Harlan Belly's got Madrick just in front of him as Haig comes through. That's the end of his 3rd lap. Oscar Ray dropped down to 7th. But Haig out by 1.1 seconds. Bell on the tail of Madrick there. Having a look. Frankie trying to close the door, I should say, not open the door. Both Bell and Madrick have to be conscious of Ricardo Johnson looming. Jeremy Broadbent not far behind him either as they come through the Autobahn corner. Oh, Marita makes up a spot now. So Marita through on Broadbent as they come to the line. 1.3 seconds, the gap from Haig back to Madrick. So we're going to a race in 6 here, forming up for second position. Oscar Ray at the back of that group is the fastest on circuit at the minute. So he's trying to recover, having been shuffled down the order a little bit earlier on. Oh, one's been spat out a little bit there. I think that was Bell, with Johnson going up a spot. Yes, indeed, it looks like Bell's lost a whole heap of positions out there as they come around to complete another one. 3 laps to go now. Big move down the inside, further back. Geez, Blake Haig, he's just shown him a clean set of wheels out there. He's doing a terrific job since getting to the front. Certainly showing that he's got the pace, the way that we set up the grids aside from our feature categories. That's a random draw for heat number 1. Then the starting order is reversed for heat number 2. Add them all together for 3. And add them all together for the final coming up a little bit later on. So what was a nice and tight battle out there is actually spread out a little bit with this group. Coming to the line now. 2 laps to go for Haig. Madrick still holding down the second spot. And I tell you what, Kenny Morita, he's on fire today. It's one of his best performances. There he is, second on screen. Kenichi Morita. Sorry, his father, Jumper down there. Jumper not racing this weekend. Now, Kenny having a look at the back of Madrick. Can he be the one that opens the door? We are on our 7th lap of our 8. Morita to the high side. And he drops a spot there to Ricardo Johnson, with Oscar Ray also having a look. Still a bit to play for here. Madrick still holding down second position. It's been a brilliant drive. No, he doesn't. Ricardo Johnson forces his way through into second position. So Johnson waited until the first corner of the last lap to push his way into position number 2. And Morita's gone through with him as well. Frankie's dropped back a few there. Oscar Ray's gone up in the 11. Madrick's lost 3 spots here. Down the back straight they go. Johnson goes defensive in the EKS kart. Oscar Ray, he gets up the inside of Morita there. Meantime, Madrick had a go. They've come together as Blake Hay gets a comfortable victory. But she was a snarling pack behind. Johnson home in second, then Ray, then Morita. Madrick, then Bell. Then it was Broadbent, followed by Masiko. Then Walton, then it's Jones, Rivereski, Campbell, Woodrow, Pilot, Jackson, Lawson, and that rounds out your finishers in that one. Lusty and Carson not completing the race. We'll take a break, be back soon.
Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by.
So Tag Heavy out on circuit now for their third heat. One of our feature classes here at the Tag Titles. 10 laps on the board for the feature classes. Then we'll do Tag Heavy, Tag Light, then we're straight into finals to hand out some trophies here this afternoon. Brent Redding will start on the pole. Josh Dagg alongside. Then it's Plum, Goddard, Marshall, Lees, and Nelson, a non-starter, as they kick things off into turn number 1. Gee, it's nice and tight down through there. The Castledine Kink, as it's known. Redding, the driver that they're all chasing here. He leads away, the Pantano kart, number 58. He's got the blue plate on, won the state championship at this venue last year. Dominated that weekend. Dag into second spot now, with Plum there in third position. Then Will Marshall has now made his way up to fourth spot. Shit down the straight, half a second the gap at the end of lap number 1 between Brent Redding and Josh Dagg. Plum sitting there in third, looking very quick this weekend is Brock Plum. Jumping on board with the JSH Racing stable. Jackson Susanalo, the team principal, not here this weekend. He is up in Darwin for the Northern Territory titles, as a number of our regulars from Ipswich are. Working their way through now. Redding's open that lead up to 0.8 of a second over Dagg. Plum's still there in third, hasn't made much of an impression on Josh Dagg. Will Marshall battled off the line, got himself up to fourth, and that's where he's been since the end of lap number 1. Then behind him it's Goddard, then Lees. That's your order as they sit at the moment. Redding's put the foot down here. Taken 0.4 of a second out of Dagg to make it 1.2 seconds. Mark Lees pulls in and is out of commission, unfortunately for him. Redding continues to pull away. He's had the perfect run so far this weekend. Across the line he goes, does Brent Redding, new quickest lap of 48.086 for Redding. The lead now at 1.5 seconds is cruising out the front now is Brent Redding. Josh Dagg still second, Plum in third. Marshall Goddard, that is your running order at this stage as we work lap number 5 of our 10. So through they come now. 5 laps in the books. We're past the halfway point. 1.7 seconds a gap. Up the front, a further second back to Plum. Will Marshall's picked up the pace here. In fact, he's got himself through to third position on Brock Plum, with Matt Goddard now coming into calculation there in fifth spot, the third kart on your screen. Great that we can bring you all of the action from here at Ipswich. If you aren't able to be with us at the circuit, or for the family back home, that's for sure. And Goddard up the inside of Plum, so I might have put the mock on him. Oh, geez. That was a little bit wild. Not quite sure what was going on there with Brock Plum. There's Will Marshall, part of the Jess Golding Motorsport race team. Marshall there in third. 1.5 seconds back from Dag. Was Goddard holding onto the coattail of Will Marshall as they come through the final set of turns. Reading with 3 to go now. Up through Brisbane, Cart's corner goes your race leader. There's Marshall in third still. No major action on circuit out there at the minute. Only 4 carts left circulating. .4 seconds a gap. There's your race leader on screen at the minute, Brent Redding. Only 2 remaining in this one. The Pantano kart. Brought to Australia, Lee Cocker and the team there. Brand new chassis. It's only been in the country a few months as the brand. Redding doing a terrific job with it at his disposal. Haven't seen the entry list for the Queensland States next week, but fair chance that Brent will be heading up to Cairns to try and defend a state championship. Comes across the line, 1 to go. Nice the RAAF to be doing a flyby here. Of course, we're located next to Amberley Air Force Base. Brent Redding comfortably out in front. There he is. No doubt about him today. He's going to be the one to catch as we get to the final a bit later on. Comes around, checkered flag on display for Brent Redding and does it comfortably. Dag will come home in second position to number 39. Then it's Marshall and Goddard completing your finishes in that one. One more heat race to go. Then we get into our finals. We'll be back soon. So welcome back here to Ipswich Tag Light on circuit now. Mark Tulloch to start on the pole. The outside front row will be William Gallagher, Thomas Gallagher. On the next row is Seth Bennett and Stimson, Maguire, Brown, Simonelli, Newton, DeSell, Hunter and Cowie. Off we go. Here in this third heat of Tag Light, our final heat race of the day before we get into our finals. We'll jump straight into them once we're done with our 10 laps here. Good battles going on here. Down the back stretch they go for the first time. Have a look how tight it is through there. Nothing in it in the early stages of this one. Oh, elbows are out a little further back. There's a 23 machine of Thomas Gallagher. He leads them across the line over Tulloch. Then Bennett up to third. Will Gallagher into fourth. Then Maguire, our West Australian visitor, into position number 5. Then Brown, followed by Newton, Simonelli, Stimson and DeSell, Hunter and Cowie. That's your order. Thomas Gallagher trying to pull away here in the number 23. Thomas Gallagher with the quickest lap of the race of 47.387. So Gallagher's lead just under half a second to Tulloch. So there, little battles going on with the CXR machines. The number 5 of Huey Maguire. The actor, movie maker, and so on. Right behind Maguire is Louis Brown, the 42 machine. Trying to close that gap. In turn, William Gallagher in the 49s trying to close down on the back of Seth Bennett. Four laps in the books now. Thomas Gallagher, your race leader. And the mid-north coast of New South Wales. And a service member in the Royal Australian Air Force. No doubt he would have not really been focusing on the large plane that was coming in while he was on the outgrid there before. Lap starting to wind down here as we're just past the halfway point in this one. William Gallagher in the middle there, the red and white machine. He's got Seb Bennett in front of him. And then Hugh Maguire pushing on. Hugh making the trip over ahead of next month's Australian Kart Championship round. Was had quite a remarkable season, Q. Of the 3 rounds of the Australian Championship this year, he's only done 1 day of practice, that being at the 3rd round. Given his university studies, will jump on the burner overnight to make it to the track ready for qualifying on the Saturday. No easy feat flying all the way from WA to do that. That is for sure. Then using this opportunity to hook up with the Sunshine Coast-based CXR team. Jace Matthews, one of the standard bearers for CXR, doing some solid work up in the Northern Territory at Darwin. Well and truly in the fight, taking a couple of heat race victories up there this morning. Gallagher up the front, you could say he's flying. 0.4 of a second up on Tulloch. Then it got back to Bennett, this battle. And it's Gallagher, Maguire and Louis Brown jumping on board in the 42 and 6th spot and getting amongst it. Trent Newton in 7th, then Stimson, followed by Simonelli, then Hunter, Tassell and Cowie as we work lap number 8 now. Hugh Maguire into 3rd. So what's happened there? So Maguire's made his way forward. Bennett's dropped back to 5th in all of that. So Hugh showing that he's got pace. Now that he's got himself in a very clear 3rd position, he's beginning to pull away from those around him. A nice confidence boost for him as well. Of course, don't go anywhere, folks. We get straight into our finals after this. Last lap on display now for Thomas Gallagher. Mark Tulloch, he sat in that 2nd spot for the entire race. Hasn't been much doing. And Gallagher led from the front and doing a superb job at it. Checkered flag is at the ready for Thomas Gallagher. Mark Tulloch, he'll be quite confident with where he's sitting, finishing this one in 2nd. That'll position him nicely for the finals. We've got those finals coming up very soon. Meantime, Gallagher leads him out of the final corner, onto the front straight away, and he'll take the win. Tulloch home in 2nd. That'll be Hugh Maguire getting home in 3rd spot. Then Gallagher, followed by Brown, Newton, then Stimson, Bennett, Simonelli, Hunter, Tassell and Cowie to complete it. Our finals are coming up next here at Ipswich. First of our finals underway here this afternoon. Great to have your company, wherever you might be joining us from, around Australia and indeed around the world. Paddy Buckley was on the front row, but currently in second spot. There's Duong in the number 13 machine. It's Jet Saragi who leads away at the moment in the 38. So 51.456 for him the last time over the line at the end of lap number 1. Paddy Buckley in second. Sister Alice, of course, in action down at the big track this weekend, making her TA2 muscle car debut. Saw Dad Pat down there. He's very busy couple of days for the Buckley family. Alice will be back in action a little bit later on this afternoon in about an hour or so's time. Did a fantastic job in race number 1 down there. Saragi leading the way. Really starting to build something as Jet Saragi. Very much a family-run operation. But his dad getting after it. Cooper Field struck trouble. Duong sitting in third. Leo Liu in fourth spot. Rathgut in position number 5, followed by Webster, then Corkery, Southgate, then Coburn, Shaw, and Field. Still out there, but at the back of the pack. Working lap number 3, look at Buckley here. All over the tail of Saragi, up the inside. Goes to number 50 and look out, Jackson Duong. He's part of it as well. Jackson over the last couple of years, he's really come on as a kart driver. Doing an awesome job, and now he goes up the inside of Saragi into second spot. So Jackson Duong up to P2 here in this final. We're working lap number 4 of our 10. There's Buckley leading the way. Out of the Video Pro corner they go. So what can Duong do? He did the quickest lap of the race the last time through. Geez, Buckley in control of this one at the front. He's opened that advantage up even further. Up to 0.573 now. The gap from Buckley to Duong. 0.2 of a second he took out of the field, with Duong getting through into second spot. Looking very nice out there too aboard the 13. That kart's handling beautifully, as you can see on screen at the moment. Now that he's got himself in front of Saragi, he can start to concentrate and then potentially look at catching onto the tail of the Castro kid in the 50. Duong down over the steering wheel. Bit of a taller sort of character. He's Jackson. And Saragi sitting there in third spot. He'll be a little frustrated having been the early race leader. There's no doubt about Duong though. Took half a tenth out of Buckley that time. A new fastest lap of 49.963 for Jackson. He'll be stoked with where he's at if that can continue on. There's the 81 of Leo Liu in fourth spot with Rathgat, the TGR number 6 behind him. Half a second from Buckley to Duong. Leo Liu in fourth, trying to pull away here. Unable to do it. Another new quickest lap for Duong. A 49.867 that time. And he's got the gap down to 0.469, so it's under half a second. We're on lap number 7 now. 10 laps on the board, so there is still time for Jackson. That is for sure. So Buckley controlling the pace. He'll be happy with this. If he holds on to take the win, get the race suit off, head down to the big track. Buckley's picked up the pace again. He's opened it out to 0.517. It's so evenly matched between these KA100 engines. A 49.998, a 50.046 and a 49.949 is what our top three have done on that last lap. Personal best for Saragi, Liu and Cooper Field down in 8th spot. But Paddy, there he is. Beautifully presented machine. He's doing it quite easily up the front now, is Paddy Buckley. Raf Gatt all over the back of Liu in that battle for fourth. He's probably not that far away, but it's closer than what he has been for a while, Gatt. But anyhow, Buckley, new quickest lap for him, a 49.855, playing a 49.963 the last time by for De Wong, sitting at 0.625 of a second. There's Gatt on the back of Liu, the 81, the Tony Kart. Oh, Gatt's having a look here. Will the door open? No, he goes to the high side to try and get the switchback going on here. But Liu's having absolutely none of it as they come to the line. 2 laps remaining in this one. Now Gatt will have a look up the inside. Oh, gee, that's tight. That is so tight between that pair. Gatt had the door shut again. Liu holding on to it. Great drive. But Liu is under the pump. Oh boy. So head up to the Autobahn corner. They're on the final lap here. Liu holding on to it. Gatt, will he have a look at him? He just hasn't been able to get the kart in the right spot. Meantime, the checkers are out. And Paddy Buckley, he gets the win. Jackson De Wong, home in second. And then it's Saragi, followed by Liu, then Gatt. Liu holding on to fourth spot. Then Webster, Coburn, then Field. Then it's Corkery, Southgate, and Shaw. As we're going to go to a break, that's the first of our finals done for the day. KA3 Senior up next.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
found my way back since.
And we're back with the second of our finals here at the Willowbank Karting Complex, home of the Ipswich Kart Club, about 40 minutes out of Brisbane. Henry Stratford will line up on the pole in this KA3 Senior Final with Cooper Fish alongside the 91. Ryan Reid out of 3 in the 60. He'll be tough. So too will Annabelle Kennedy in the 16. Then it's Max Chatton, Talia Kittle, Paige Howard, Angus Hare and Ronan Finn. Nice field of KA3 seniors here this weekend. Been very tight right throughout the course of it, as we're becoming accustomed to with KA3 racing. Stratford's got the best of the start. 10 on the board. Ryan Reid into second spot there in the 60. The Empire Kart Sport green and black machine. Annabelle's up to third spot, so she's got herself annexed onto the podium at this stage. Of course, Karting Australia's senior representative at the FIA Karting Academy this year. Hamish Campbell, the junior representative. Cooper Fish there in fourth position. The 91, the Birolart. He's trying to get onto racing terms with Annabelle. So go up through the top corner. Then there's a slight gap back to Max Chatton. Won't take Chatton too long to close into this battle in front of him. The youngsters all going at it. Group coming through the junior ranks here at Ipswich, now into senior racing. Out of the RHQ corner they go. Nice battle here. The top four, basically nose to tail. Chatton trying to close in fifth spot. He'll certainly be there should something befall those four in front of him. Out of the Autobahn corner they run. Great to have your company here. Big weekend going on, of course, in this Willowbank facility. The High Tech Oil Series down at Queensland Raceway. A Queensland drag racing event going on at the Dragway. We're on lap number 4 here. Annabelle Kennedy, new quickest lap for her, a 49.313. Just having a look at that. She's about a tenth or just over a tenth quicker than both Stratford and Reid. So it's starting to tighten up here. Annabelle really showing the experience that she's had from racing overseas in the early start of this year. It's really coming to the fore for Annabelle. One of the many female competitors in Australian karting. We over-index the global participation numbers for female campaigners. Of course, karting not just all about boys, all abilities, in fact, of welcome. We had a youngster down in Melbourne just a few weeks ago, finished on the podium in his first ever race. He's an all abilities campaigner. Down the back straight goes Stratford now. The FA Kart working in concert for him at the moment. In front of Reid. Kennedy just hasn't had that little bit extra to try and go with Ryan Reid. It's been status quo for all 5 laps, basically, since we kicked things off. We're on lap number 6 at the minute. Cooper Fish out there in fourth. He's actually picked up the pace a bit. Through Autobahn they go. So Fish in the red and white machine. Fourth on screen at the moment. Fourth on the racetrack. Now Kennedy has a look at Reed. Up the inside. Annabelle goes to second. Fish tried to take advantage there as well. He couldn't get through on Reed just there, but he'll certainly be setting him up as they go down toward the Castledine Kink for Power Republic at turn number 1. Oh, Fish. He's on the tail there of Reed. And Kennedy's opened the slightest of gaps in second. Now Fish up the inside to third. Reed will have to try and fight back here. He'll be on the outside as they go up through Autobahn. Kennedy's pulled away in second spot. There she is. On the right of your screen, Cooper Fish. He's now into third. And then Chatton's all over the back of Ryan Reed now. There's 3 to go in this one. Stratford's lead is out to 1.1 seconds. It's almost become an entity we've almost forgotten about. Given the battle that's been going on behind, they were all in it there for a while, and while everyone else has been changing their positions, Henry's just got about his business and started to open it up. Stratford last time too, 49.303. 49.467 for Annabelle, but that works with a passing manoeuvre. And Annabelle just does the quickest lap of the race of 49.231. It's down under a second now. Is there going to be the time with 2 laps to go? I don't think so. Have to be a mighty effort if it was, but it's been a good drive here from Cooper Fish. Got shuffled down the order a little at the start. Has had to fight his way back through to third spot now. That's where he sits. As up through Autobahn they go. Stratford looking comfortable. There's Annabelle in second. To the line. 1 to go. This will be a big win for Henry. He's certainly put in a fantastic effort throughout the day. It's been a class of this one, that is for sure. Through the Video Pro Corner for the final time. Checkered flag is at the ready for your race leader, Henry Stratford, as he hits the backstretch. Solid stuff there from Annabelle Kennedy. Huge amount of championship points as well for coming home in second place as she will. But Henry Stratford gets a win. Second spot goes to Annabelle Kennedy. Then Cooper Fish home in third spot. Then it's Reed, followed by Chatton and Kittle. Paige Charwood home in seventh place. Then Angus Hare and Ronan Finn to complete your finishes in that one. We'll take a quick break and be back soon here at Ipswich.
Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich for double the gears and double down with DD2. Scott Cleveland, can he get away with the win today? Adam Wood, he's having a great run today. At 21, Josh Goddard out of 3 in the 9. Jason Smith out of 4 in the 6. Dan Hutchinson and Steph Duffy off the back of the grid. Let's see what this might bring us this afternoon. Oh, we've had 2 or 3 that have come together down on the entrance to turn number 1. One going backwards, facing the wrong way. Not ideal, but it's Cleveland in the black helmet that's picked up the race lead. Up to the Autobahn corner. Down the front straight they come. Cleveland leading the way. Goddard to second. He got through on Adam Wood. Dan Hutchinson was the driver that was going backwards there for quite a period of time at the back of the bus. Up through the Autobahn corner goes your race leader. Scott Cleveland, the hard-working president here at Ipswich Kart Club. A few major changes coming to the club over the next few months. New race control area, new bathrooms that have almost been opened. So Cleveland's lead just continues to maintain that gap that he's got over his fellow Birolart. Josh Goddard in second spot. Goddard looking pretty racy out here, actually. Last lap time he did was 0.3 quicker than Cleveland, and he's right there with him as they come to the line. Goddard another 10th quicker than Cleveland that time by. There's Adam Wood, sitting in third position at the moment. And he's responsible for the graphic in the left-hand side of the screen, developed that on behalf of the club for the live stream. It patches into the MyLaps timing system. Goddard has the quickest lap of the race, a 48.201. Last time through was a 207, so nice and consistent there for Goddard. Now he's down into a 47.911. This is the closest it's been since lap number 1. It's down to 0.196. Smith further back gets into fourth past Duffy. There's Wood leading the podium. Check out the design on the sticker kit. Obviously designed it himself. Always a coolly presented kart from Adam Wood. So Cleveland still leading the way as they come around. This will be the halfway point. So Scott Cleveland, new quickest lap from him. So now that he's got to the halfway spot, Josh Goddard was punching on. Cleveland's machine coming in for him. And he's able to eke out some more gaps on Goddard. The third final of the day. Cleveland and Goddard have pulled clear of Adam Wood. Most of these drivers will be in line to try and qualify for the Australian team to go over to the Rotax World Finals in the Kingdom of Bahrain in early December. It'll be in September down in Albury. Jason Smith still fourth, Stephanie Duffy in fifth spot, and Dan Hutchinson rounding out your field as they sit at the moment. Now we're on lap number 7. Goddard looks like he might be a bit closer, so he could have picked up the pace here. Josh Goddard to stage a final lap run. He was 2/10 quicker than Cleveland that time, so it's on here with 3 laps to go. Can Cleveland hang on? It's always consistent. Scott doesn't get the W all that often, so I'll be happy with this if he can hold on to it. But Josh Goddard, he's going to have a bit to say about how this plays out. The two red and white machines back straight away time. Through the hairpin. 2 laps remaining for your race leader as he comes to the start straight. Cleveland responds again. A 47.804, the quickest of anybody. It was a 48.071 for Goddard that time through. So Cleveland looks like he might have the measure here. A lap and a half to go in this final for DD2 this afternoon. Down the back straight. This is lap number 9. Out of the on-site rental group corner goes Scott Cleveland. 1 more remaining. Last lap board. On show for Cleveland. Goddard has been resilient there in second position. Just hasn't had the next level of impetus that he needed to really throw the challenge out. Half a lap remaining. There's the order in the top left-hand screen. Smith up a spot. So down the back straight away they go. Cleveland. He's led from the start. He's led all 10 laps and out he comes for the final time and grabs the checkers. Cleveland gets the win over Goddard. Third spot was Wood. Waiting on Smith, Duffy and Hutchinson to come to the line and complete our finishes in DD2 here this afternoon. That's DD2 done. We're going to take a break. Be back with Tag Restricted Light soon. we continue on here at Ipswich this afternoon. Tag restricted light hits the circuit. Bit of cloud cover going on here. Luke Trost will line up on the pole. Jay Keys, the outside front row. Then Cody Scott and Jack Munro, road number 2. The 7 of Angus Quez Sales has been solid today. He will start from 5 with Jordan Manzano out of position 6 in a 27. Caleb Mullins from 7. Will Carmichael out of 8, the 23. Tilmouth, Velicott, Furlonger. Then Mortensen, Duncan, McLaughlin, Horwell, Wheeler. Turner, Romali, Kane, Minette and Pole. And going to give them one more. Starter wasn't entirely happy with how they were all lined up there. So can anyone hunt down Luke Trost here? He's been solid today. Watch out for Cody Scott from row number 2. Jack Munro, we alluded to it earlier that he felt like he might have been belted around a little bit by the 3 techno carts that surround him. Ganged up on him. But Jack's a quality racer. Let's see what he's got here. We're set for a start now. We're away. 10 laps on the board. Tag restricted light finale. Here at our tag titles today. Run away cleanly. And it's Trost who's got the lead in the white helmets. Got up to the second spot. Off of the second row of the grid. With Keys dropping back to 3rd position. Munro now having a look to get himself back into 4th on Quez Sales, and does so. But it's the 3 Fluoro Techno carts up the front. The chassis, the Italian-built chassis. They're all line astern at the moment. Munro. And that's Sunshine post-backed outfit. The number 18 there in 4th position. Of course, you'll see the open tag categories in action a bit later on. These ones have a restrictor on them, which reduces the amount of horsepower available to the right foot of the drivers. Great way to get into tag racing is tag restricted. Trost lead nearly 3/10 of a second over Scott, then Keys. Mullins is up to 6th spot, having started in 7th. Will Carmichael to position number 9. Charlie Furlonger up to 8th spot, having started in 11th position. Now Munro. He decides it's time to go. Well, 49. 3.83 from Jack. That was nearly 3/10 of a second quicker than Jay Keys in front of him. The entire field doing their personal bests. That time by it is only lap number 2, of course. Trost lead, 0.274 that time. Munro just out of screen shot there, sitting in 4th position. Now is Munro close enough to have a look here? He's certainly right on the tail of Jay Keys as they go down through turn number 1. Where will Munro have the biggest crack here? Not quite close enough there. Quez Sales back in 5th spot. He's got Caleb Mullins on his tail as they go up through the Autobahn corner. Righto, Munro in the slipstream. There he is. Let's look over the shoulder from Keys. Munro goes up the inside. He goes into 3rd position. He can now set his sights on Scott and Trost in front of him to try and get the win here this afternoon. Another victory. But he'll have to try and pull something out to do that. We'll see what sort of pace he's got now that he's clear of Jay Keys. There's a 7 of Quest Sales. Behind him is Caleb Mullins in the 9. And Manzano not far from there as they now start to close in on to Jay Keys in the 98. Munro, another new quickest lap of 48.973 that time. Youngster. Now through the Video Pro. Just Munro's got the pace here. Down the backstretch, Trost. Just casual as you like. Bit of a play with the equipment just to get it tuned to where he wants it. Four laps remaining now for Luke Trost. That time through it was a 49.277. Back in third spot, Jack Munro in the 18. A 48.85 is by far the quickest out there. Is Jack Munro, and he's all over the back of Cody Scott, giving him a bit of hurry up before he'll have a look there. Can Jack do it here? He'll push onto the rear of Scott, who's punching on with Trost. Trost looking very comfortable. He's the slowest of that top three out there at the minute. Munro's been bottled up a little bit there. Did lose a little time on that lap. Not a great deal though. But now it's really closing up as we are on lap number 8 of our 10. There'll be 2 to go when they come to the line the next time. Luke Trost trying to keep his great Saturday alive here. The Fluoro machine leading the way. But he's got Cody Scott closing right in on him. Then Jack Munro keeping them both very honest with the speed on board. That number 18 Coolum Karts entry. 2 to go. Geez, Munro's tight here. Right onto the back of Scott. The number 3 holding on to it. Second position for the time being as he tries to close in on your leader. He took nearly a tenth out of Trost the last time by, did Cody Scott. And now Munro goes up the inside. Goes to second. Can he get it done here? Trost a wily campaigner. That'll be an incredibly wide bright orange cart over this last lap. Trost not phased at all. Munro down over the wheel, trying to get the run going here. He's on the way home. Trost leads. Geez, it'll have to be a big run from Jack Munro, but Trost has got it well and truly in his safekeeping for the time being, but there's half a lap to go. Through the Video Pro corner. They're getting the checkered flag ready for Luke Trost up through Autobahn for the final time. Trost with that little bit of an advantage that he's got here. Through the bottom turn, Munro went deep under brakes. Wasn't close enough. And Luke Trost, he leads him out of the final turn and he grabs the checkers and he takes the win. Munro home in second. Then it's Scott, followed by Jay Keys, Enquest Sales, Callum Mullins, Mentano, It was Furlonger, followed by Turner, then Duncan, Bellicott, Robbie Mortensen, then Tyler Tillmouth, Cooper Horwell, then Boster and Wheeler, Bud Manette home in 16th, then Ramali, Kane, Carmichael, McLaughlin and Pole. That completes our Tag Restricted Light Final. We're going to take a break, be back shortly. Tag Restricted Masters next. And back here, heading towards halfway through our finals this afternoon, the fifth round of the Club Championship, the tag titles here this weekend on the racetrack now is Tag Restricted Masters. Alan Shazowski, David Fogel on the front row, Pete Sattler, Brad Garrity the next. Then it's Highland and Johns, Mick Robinson and Campbell out of 8. On row number 5 will be Broughton and Robinson. Then Adrian Ferguson, Kevy Field, Nigel Barnett, Noel Smith. Then Matt Donnelly, Mark Brogan. And the field being made up of Soward, Fletcher, Gray, Meyer, Barnett, Brown, Lemon, Wilkinson, Hicks and Munson. Big field, 29 of them. Always popular is Tag Restricted Masters here. So big field coming around. It's Jazowski, the 25. Can he get another W here this weekend? Sattler in the 56 on the second row. Stands out. Good to go. Racing. Geez, the 23 got a great start from further back in the pack, but he's been shuffled around there. Mick Robinson. Uh-oh. Couple that have gone off at the turn number 1. David Fogel's got the best of the start here. Czeslowski into second. Now Czeslowski has a look up the inside of Video Pro. Gets it done there. Sattler sitting there in third position in the 56. So it's Czeslowski leading by 0.2 of a second over Vogel, then Sattler, Garrity. John's up to fifth in front of Highland, then Campbell in front of Mick Robinson, Evan Broughton in ninth, and Adrian Godfrey rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. It's all very tightly run out there. Tyre field fairly close, as you can see. All very even. Different engines are available for use in tag racing. They're all paratised. Certain engines suit certain racetracks. There's Sattler there in third. It stands out. That machine of his, you certainly won't miss it. That's for sure. And he's on the back of David Vogel here. Vogel sitting low in the cart, the all-white suit. Czeslowski, a new quickest lap for him, a 51.702. There's Sattler, the 56. What can he do about Vogel here? Czeslowski takes a peek over the shoulder. The EKS cart leading the way. Czeslowski going faster again. 51.6 that time, taking 0.3 of a second away from Vogel, opening the gap out to 0.9 of a second now. On Sattler, who's managed to get through on Vogel. So, Pete Sattler up to second spot. That's then allowed Garrity, Highland and Johns to start closing on in, with Highland getting through on Johns the last lap and inside the top 5. So Czeslowski showing him a clean set of wheels at the minute. He's well and truly in control of this one as Sattler. He starts to pull away in second spot there on David Vogel. Highland's made up another spot. He's up to fourth now, past Garrity. Further back, Godfrey's dropped outside the top 10, down to 13th with Gavin Soward working his way forward. Soward started down in 19th spot. That's uncharacteristic for Gavin to be further back in the pack like that. Didn't quite catch what may have happened to him during the course of the early heat races. We're on lap number 5. Czeslowski's lead. Just over a second, a tick over a second. Now, geez, Highland's made up another place. Is that up to third? No, in fact, that was David Vogel. Steve Johns, in fact, getting himself up to fifth placing. Scotty Gray down in 12th spot, new quickest lap. Scott Gray down there in 12th position, a 51.329 that time through. Give you an idea, it was a 51.4 from Czeslowski, a 51.6 from Sattler, which was a personal best. Here's this little battle. Got Scott Highland in the 44 at the back of your screen, on the tail of David Vogel, the 66. The final podium position they're battling it out for. Pete Sattler, he's having one of his best runs for a long time. There's Pete Sattler sitting there in second spot. But there's no doubt about Cieslawski. It'll certainly be very tough to toss in the driver rankings, it has to be said, for this season, Alan Cieslawski. He's been a consistent podium visitor right throughout this season as he works lap number 7, and there is the 66 of Vogel. Sitting in third. In the meantime, the 47 of Steve Johns. He's now got himself up to 4th spot. We're on lap number 8 now. There'll be 2 to go the next time by. As Johns, who's been the man on the move in the 47, sitting there in 4th position, the Power Republic kart. Can he get himself up towards the podium? David Vogel in front of him there in the white helmet, just holding on to the 3rd spot at the minute. Vogel taking the peek over the shoulder. Highland, now he's trying to return serve on Johns. Johns closes the door. Cieslawski goes faster again, a 51.263 that time. There's the gap from 1st to 2nd, then to 3rd, 4th and 5th, 6th spot. Garrity trying to close in. Soward's up to P8, having started in 19th spot. Another commendable effort. It's Scott Gray in 10th, having started 21st. Cieslawski's leads out to 2.1 seconds over Sattler. On lap number 9, your race leader will get the last lap board the next time he comes through. Cieslawski, just over a kilometre of work left remaining for Allen. This will be another victory that he'll wrap up here. Doing a terrific job. And he's done it comfortably. Since the start of the race, there he is. The 25 machine. Down the back straight. Has a cursory glance over the shoulder. Doesn't need to be bothered. He's nearly 3 seconds in front of the field as he comes through and onto the start finishing straight. And Alan Cieslawski wraps up another one. Pete Sattler back on the podium. Good to see. David Vogel gets the final podium spot. Then it's Highland, followed by Johns and Garrity. Soward, Gray, then Campbell. Then it's Thompson, Broughton, Ferguson, Godfrey, Field. Then the Robinsons. Then Barnett home in 17th spot. That completes our tag restricted masters. We'll take a break and be back with KA3 Junior Light. And we're back here at Ipswich with KA3 Junior Light out on circuit. Jai Flynn to be your pole setter in the 10. Monty Jamison will start alongside. Then it's back to Jarrett and Declan Hicks. Alistair Flack out of 5. He's had a nice forward progression. Vince Terhorse has been strong. He'll start 6th in the 66. Josh Williams in the 9th. Then AJ Leggett, Jack Jensen. Johnny Wright, Dimmer McCarley down in 11th spot there. Levi Dessel. Then Bailey, Hannock, Camelocker. Brazilian Tilma Sydenham, Dixon and the rest of them as they go on through down to turn number 1. Sun starting to come down. 10 laps on the board. Well, one's got really shuffled back in the order. In fact, I think it's lost all sorts of go. Could that be Williams in the 9? Did look a little like it. Jai Flynn it is who leads the way. Up through the Autobahn corner they go for the first time. Move on for the race lead. New race leader. So I think Jarrett that's got himself through to the lead. Yes, indeed it was in the 31. Over Flynn, then Jamison, then Flack up to 4th. Hicks, Terhorst, then Leggett and Bailey. McCarley in 9th and Dessel rounding out your top 10. Levi trying to push forward here. Been in good form lately. But G. Jarrett up the front, looking the business at the minute. Over Flynn. Flynn's got to try and work a bit harder to get back onto racing terms with him. Monty Jamison holding down the final podium spot there. In front of Flack, who's charging at the moment aboard that number 11 machine. Further back, the 64 of Leggett gets past Terhorst in the final complex of turns. But I'll tell you what, actually Jarrett looking the business up the front. 50.689 the last time, a 50.890 for Flynn. So I was going to have to work a bit harder. Monty Jamison in 3rd position still. Who's keeping a watching brief and keeping them very honest. But he's also got Alistair Flack charging along behind him there. So Jarrett's lead nearly half a second. Jack Jensen down in 11th to 49.994 to be the quickest out there. He's embroiled in a battle on track. Everyone nice and tightly run out there at the moment. Jarrett just maintaining that lead up the front in the 31 kart. There's a 64 of Leggett right behind Hicks in the number 91. Then behind Leggett is Vince Terhorst in the number 66 machine. Dimmer McCarley, he's come through from 11th to 8th. Terhorst had the quickest lap there momentarily. Only to have Levi Dessel come across the line. Behind him, he'd go 2/10 quicker. Dessel up to 8th, having started in 12th. Just back to Jarrett, so showing them a clean set of wheels out here at the minute. This is a great drive. One further back. Doing a little bit of Victor work off to the side of the track, as you could see. Geez, Jamison's really got Jai Flynn to the sword here as they come to the line. Leggett's up into P5 now. Running halfway there. 5 laps down, 5 to go. And we've got a battle in 4. All 4 of them absolutely nose to tail at this stage of proceedings. Jarrett's holding on to that lead. But Jai Flynn, he won't give up this one without a fight. He's got to be concerned about Jamison and Flack, though, right behind him, but he's not, because he goes straight back up the inside and to the race lead one more time. Just Jai Flynn, the Sunshine Coaster, out of the final turn. The pressure's back on Jarrett now. All of these drivers utilising the IAME KA100 motor. It's been a fantastic workhorse since being introduced to Australia just over a decade ago. It was developed specifically for the Australian market by IAME. Now has taken hold in other parts of the world, including the United States. A number of the IndyCar guys actually have KA100 motors. Through the top corner they go. Flynn now. Can he pull away here? No, he can't, because Jarrett says, I'm going back to the lead and I'll return serve on you, Jai. And Jai said, I'm straight back at you. And Monty Jemison, he's the one with the momentum here, and he's trying to fight his way forward down the front stretch. And while the 4 of them are theoretically getting the gloves off, you got Jarrett, Jamison and Flack all in the mix as well. Then throw AJ Leggett, Terhorse to sell into 7th. McCarley the quickest of the race. Jensen and Hennock's up inside the top 10 now. It's all happening out there. It's really starting to close right down. Get all on the racetrack together. This could be any one of 7 or 8 drivers that is in position to win this one. You've got to work hard at it. They don't just give away wins in KA3 Junior Light. Oh, one's gone off and through the dirt. That was McCarley, was it? There was an unfortunate scenario there. 2 to go now for Jai Flynn. There's Oscar Hennock in 10th. He sets the quickest lap of the race. It was Flack, in fact, that dropped back. He's dropped back to 8th. But Flynn leads away. Can Jarrett or Jamison do anything about Jai? The all-white machine down the backstretch. Through the final couple of turns now. One more to go. Flynn leading by the barest of margins. Can Jarrett or Jamison pull something here with 3/4 of a lap to go? About 700 metres of racing. Williams in 16th with the quickest lap of the race. Fighting back. Meantime. So Jarrett's concerned about Jamison here. He was protecting his second position. They've got to watch out because Leggett's right there. Down the backstretch for the final time. Flynn comfortably in control of this one on the last lap because Jarrett was concerned with Jamison trying to take the position from him. The checkered flag is out and Jai Flynn racks up another big win. Second place goes to Jarrett, then Jamison, then it's Leggett, followed by Docell, then McCarley, Terhorse, followed by Flack, Hennock up to 9th spot, and Jack Jensen. Rounding out your top 10. That was KA3 Junior Light. Our P-platers are up next.
They'd ask me how I've been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back to tracing my steps. I know you've been there too. Wait second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what awaits. Hands covering my eyes, looks like I was too late. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange
We're set for the start here in our P-plater class, the Cadet 12, the single Cadet 12, and the remainder of them being Cadet 9s. Grayson McPhee, the man of the moment. He's the one that they're all trying to stop. He's been doing a very solid job today, has Grayson McPhee. And he's picked up where he left off out there. Working their way around on their first lap. 8 laps for this one. So it's McPhee leading over Bentley McPherson. Bentley the only 12, or Cadet 12 driver in this category. Then Lawson, followed by Heffernan, Van Twest and Lee Rosenberg. To Grayson McPhee. Very solid out there today. He's just been absolutely on fire since hitting the track. There's Lawson and Heffernan. Oh, big move there from the 74 of Heffernan. Can he make it stick? Yes, he has. That's a great move. Because a reminder, these kids are only just kicking off their racing career. You can see the P-plate. They are under scrutiny from our race officials who have to approve their racing so they can advance their way into the main draw of the Cadet 9s or 12s, as the case may be. Grayson McPhee certainly looking the goods at this stage. This battle going on still between Heffernan and Hudson Lawson. Heffernan, the 74 for JGM, in front of the Tony Kart of Hudson Lawson. .56.536 for McPhee. He's got 2.2 seconds on track over McPherson. Again, they're not racing in the same category. Heffernan holding some good lines there. Lawson, the tail got a little bit wobbly there. In the number 16, Cooper Van Twest in 5th spot, trying to close on in. McPhee's got a 2.2 second advantage of McPherson. There's the Praga Kart. Working lap number 4 here. And McPhee's lead 3 seconds at this stage. Heffernan still holding down 3rd spot on track, 2nd place in class. So here's this battle raging. Hudson Lawson on the back of Cooper Heffernan. All of these drivers are using the same engine, same tyres as what you see in the open cadet classes. It's an Italian-built Vortex motor, known as the Mini Rock. And Maxxis tyres. Oh, Heffernan and Lawson, they're right into it as they're working lap number 5. was a bit odd. Not sure why we had a red light on there, but anyway, that's been cleared. 3 laps to go, 2.5 for Grayson McPhee. We're on lap number 6 here. It's been a great day of racing. All been pretty efficient. Don't want to put the mocker on it just yet. Still got a few of them to go this afternoon. McPhee is across the line. He's got 2 remaining. Bentley McPherson goes through. The Cadet 12. There's a long gap then back to this battle that's been going on. Between a 74. There goes Heffernan. Where's Lawson gone? Van Twest goes through. So what's happened to Lawson? There's a 16. Yeah. There he is. Grayson. Cool name that, by the way. Started second on the grid. Hasn't been headed since. So through they come now. Lap traffic's going to play its part with Rosenberg down through turn 1. Oh, he's able to clear that nicely. So on his way home, lap number 8 for Grayson McPhee, doing it comfortably in Cadet 9Ps. Bentley McPherson doing it comfortably in the Cadet 12Ps. He's second on circuit. Heffernan will get himself on the podium. So too will Cooper Van Twest in the Cadet 9s. Here he comes. McPhee doing it comfortably as he comes onto the front straightaway. These things are fantastic. The young kids getting their opportunity so early in their career to learn their racing craft, and Grayson McPhee does the job. And Bentley McPherson goes through in second position. Rosenberg goes through as well. Then just waiting on Cooper Heffernan to come into third place on the circuit. Second place in Cadet 9. Then it's Cooper Van Twest and Hudson Lawson. That is how they finish. Rosenberg there in 6th spot as well. We'll take a break. Be back soon with Cadet 9. Back here at Ipswich with Cadet 9, hitting the circuit, Dominic Mixco to start on the pole in the 14, Hugo Jones. Alongside the 79, row number 2 is the 19 of Alfie Doyle and Leo Milligan, the 25, Jacob Ding out of 5 in the 55, and Matty Tresillian, the 71, and the 7 of Jack Southgate. We're not quite ready for a start, our youngest competitors. We're cadets. Just saw the P platers out. This is the Open Cadet 9 race. These kids off their Ps, they've qualified to be able to go into the main category. So can anyone do anything about Dominic Mixco? He certainly had been the pace of the field in heats 1 and 2. Alfie Doyle fought back in the third one. Doyle will start off of position number 3. Let's have a look and see what's going to be in this one at over 10 laps. We are underway. Down through the first turn they go. Starting to get dark here. The lights will take effect around the circuit fairly shortly. Top Queensland day did have about 1 lap's worth of rain earlier on this morning. But Mixco leading the way up through the Autobahn corner for the first time. Alfie Doyle up to second. There he is. He's already in the slipstream. So there's going to be a strong battle between these two. Certainly there'll be a couple more who'll throw their hats into the ring. Down the front straight. Mixco leads away over Doyle. Then Hugo Jones. Followed by Milligan. Ding into position number 5 in front of Tresillian and Southgate rounding out your runners at this point in time. Geez, look at Doyle here, the number 19, the red helmet, all over the back of Mixco, who leads the way up to top turn. Just over the back there is the Willowbank Drag Racing facility. And to the left of, driver's left, is the Queensland Raceway. One of our own from here. Alice Buckley is in action in the TA2 muscle cars at the moment and doing a pretty fine job. Down the front stretch now. 2 laps in the books. Mixco. Doyle's the quickest out there. Only by less than 2/100ths of a second. That's all you need to be, though. But he's had a bit of a bother down there. He's lost ground to Mixco up the front, with Hugo Jones on the tail of Doyle now, with Milligan in 4th. He's right there, wants to get himself on the podium in the 25. Milligan, the Paralyn kart. He's punching on here. Onto the front straight. Mixco leads by 0.3 of a second now over Doyle. Jacob Ding. He's got the new quickest lap in the 55 down in position 5. That's where he started. Here's the 79 machine of Hugo Jones sitting in there in 3rd. She's pretty close up the front as well. They're all tightly bunched here. 3rd, 4th and 5th on screen at the moment. The 55, he's buying into it. Jacob Ding. And here's your 2 leaders. The gap then back to 3rd, 4th and 5th. Ding wasn't in a slipstream that time. Looks like Milligan's car might be handling slightly better than Hugo Jones's at this juncture. 5 laps down, about 10. So working their way around. Mexico's opened a slight gap on Doyle up the front. When I say slight, I mean minuscule. Then you've got Jones, Ding and Milligan going at it. Jones with the all-white helmet. Now Doyle's close back in. Half a lap to go. Mexico had a sizable lead, but that's how quickly things can change in this kind of racing. New race leader, Alfie Doyle, goes through into the lead, and he will lead the way onto the front stretch. We're halfway there. 5 laps in the books now. New race leader now. Can Doyle do this to his advantage and pull away? Now the battle in 3 for third spot has become a battle in 2 for the final podium. Hugo Jones and Jacob Ding going at it. Ding up the inside. Jones trying to fight back here. Doyle's pulled a little clear on Mixco. So Ding's managed to get himself into a strong third position. Looks like he's well and truly got the measure of Jones out there at the moment. Through the Brisbane Karts corner goes Alfie Doyle in the red and white helmet. Mixco doing what he possibly can to stay with him. It was a personal best the last time around for Doyle. Actually pulls 0.3 of a second on Mixco. And here's Ding. So Jones has had a fuse lit underneath him. He's still got time here as Hugo Jones, as he has a look at the back of Jacob Ding. Jones with the new quickest lap. So it's not over and done with just yet. Still 3 remaining. 2.5 actually. 56.151 as now Mix goes back to the lead. Oh, having a look, slides it on in. That was a big move there from Alfie Doyle to retake the lead, and he's been able to do it and build a margin the way that he positioned the kart. That was a sensational drive. Through they come now. That's the end of lap number 8. So 2 to go. So Ding's still holding on to third, but Hugo Jones is right there with him. Next time they come by, there'll only be 1 remaining. So can Doyle hang on, or will Mixco pull something out here? Down to the end of the backstretch, 1 more to go when they come to the line. Doyle holding on to it at the minute. Now, new quickest lap from Mixco on the last lap. Has he got anything here? 56.083 it was from Mixco. Can he stage a grandstand finish here? Through the middle part of the race circuit they run. Doyle looks as though he might have it under control, but Mixco, he might want to have something to say about that. Up to the top turn, deep under brakes. Nothing doing. And Doyle hangs onto it for the time being as they hit the back straight. Not close enough. At this stage, checkered flag is at the ready. And it will be Alfie Doyle who gets the win. Good work. Dominic Mixco, he's been strong all day. Then it was Ding, followed by Jones and Milligan, Tresillian and Southgate. That is the order right there. That was Cadet 9. Tag restricted medium up next.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy. But that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals. That cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Shut up and sit down.
And we are back as the afternoon starts to become into evening here with tag restricted medium on the circuit for their 10-lap final here at the tag titles. Riley Vandenbroek on the pole with Hugo Quizsales alongside. Then it's Ryan Silcock in the 5. Sebi DeSalvo out of 4. Goddard, Smith, Jordan, Farkas, Voigt, Silcock, Lillis, Donnelly and Turnbull. They are underway to get things started here. Oh, gee, there's a bit going on toward the back there. They're all still trying to fight it out. get themselves into some sort of racing order. G. Vandenbroek got the back out there a little bit, giving a bit of impetus to Hugo Quez Sales, who's just had a ripper day. His Quez Sales sitting second. Well, he's second at the moment. I guarantee you that he'd love to see position number one when we get to presenting trophies a little bit later. Look at that group of carts through the hairpin corner there. That's wild. They're all just trying to get themselves under control. Sepi De Salvo dropping back to 10th spot. Not sure what happened to him at the start. Was a fair bit on the exit of turn number 2 over there. Fair bit going on. Vandenbroek holding on to that race lead. Quest Sales has got the pace though. It's looking good. Up through the top corner. There's the first and second place campaigners. Scott Jordan is holding down the final podium spot, just a little bit off the back of them. In third position, there's Jordan coming towards us now. With Dean Silcock right on his tail in fourth spot. Then Goddard, followed by Voigt. Then Farkas, Turnbull, Lillis, De Salvo, Silcock and Cordonley. That's your order as they sit at the minute. Working lap number 3 here of our 10 this afternoon in tag restricted medium. Vandenbroek, new quickest lap, 51.039. There's a battle for fourth position. Jordan and Goddard with Silcock moving his way into third position. Dean also setting a 50.553. It's about a tenth of a second quicker than the two in front of him at this stage. Vandenbroek up the front, starting to assert his authority on the race now. This is the battle here for sixth spot with Voigt, Farkas and Turnbull involved. Here's Jordan in the 41, sitting in fourth position. Goddard having a look at him. The two Birrell Arts side by side into the hairpin. Now Vandenbroek responds with a quick lap of his own. Only to have Dean Silcock to go faster. Silcock's still a fair way behind the two in front of him. Some 1.7 seconds at this stage. He was 2 tenths quicker than Quez Sales the last time though. Goddard and Jordan still having their battle that's been going for the majority of the race. A bit further back there. That was Jordan and Voigt having their run. Salvo in the 7 machine, up a spot on Liam Turnbull. Silcock rounding out the 10 and Cor Donnelly in 11th spot at the moment. But it's 0.348 the gap from Vandenbroek to Quez Sales. Geez, Quest Sales has picked it up a bit here. Just did a personal best, a 50.3. That was over 2 tenths quicker than what your race leader was. So, Quest Sales looks like he could be getting ready to mount a challenge here at the back end of this race. This is the end of lap number 6. Just ignore the graphic to the side of your screen. For some reason that's not up to date with the number of laps that we've done or have remaining. We have just done lap number 6. The gap's half a second from Vandenbroek to Quiz Sales. Tag restricted medium, the slightly heavier version of the tag restricted category, the 125cc water-cooled motors with a restrictor on them. Silcock's now up into 9th position. There's DeSalvo coming up to the back of Rudy Farkas in the 2, the North Queenslander. Next weekend, up home in Mariba or the Cairns area. A lemon farmer will be going for the state championship, and he's fired up with that one being on home soil as well. There's Vandenbroek in the white helmet, leading now by 0.8 of a second over Quest Sales. Silcock's just been grafting away there in 3rd. Hasn't made too much of a ground on Quest Sales. This will be the end of lap number 8 now. Nearly a second is the gap from Vandenbroek to Quest Sales. Dean Silcock, another new quick lap for him. He's got it down to a second between Quest Sales and himself. Cadet 12 to come up after this. 3 more races after this one. Go to Cadet 12, then Tag Heavy and Tag Light, the longer finals for our featured categories. This will be the last lap now for Riley Vandenbroek as it comes to the line. Getting up yet another podium result, and even better, a race victory. He's holding on to that 0.9 of a second gap. Just Silcock's closer to the back of Quest Sales over the last lap or so. Problem for the 61 of Core Donnelly, unfortunate for him. Through the Autobahn corner they go for the final time. And Riley Vandenbroek, he's had pressure, but he's just maintained that race lead. Coming through Howard's concreting for the final time. Then onto the front straightaway. And Riley Vandenbroek racks up another victory. 2nd place will go to Quest Sales. Then Dean Silcock, a strong 3rd position. Followed by Josh Goddard, then Scott Jordan. Then it's Voigt. Followed by Farkas and Turnbull. Ryan Silcock. DeSalvo dropping back to 10th spot. And Donnelly out of commission. That is Tag Restricted Medium. We'll take a break and be back with Cadet 12 shortly.
In a strange land, I hope I find my way back to. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Where you once
So we're getting down towards the business end of the day here at Ipswich. Just a few finals left to go. On the racetrack now is Cadet 12. Ricardo Johnson and Blake Haig on the front row. Harlan Bell out of 3 and a 7. And a 71 of Frankie Madrick, who's been fast. Oscar Ray, the 11. Jeremy Broadbent, the 32. Then Marita, Walton, Jones, Carson, Woodrow. Campbell, Pilot, and all the rest of them as they shoot on down to turn number 1. Lights starting to take effect here. One's got caught up and shuffled right down the order. So Bell in the 7, potentially. Certainly looks like his colours. One of the Birrell Arts. And is out of commission at turn number 2. Not the way that you want to get your final underway as Ricardo Johnson. He is leading at the minute. Johnson in the 50, Blake Haig on his tail. They'll work their way around. As they come on through. Indeed it was Harlan Bell who went out on lap number 1. Not a big believer in luck, but if he didn't have bad luck this season, he wouldn't have any luck at all. So it's just been one thing after another. The youngster who come and joined us in commentary a little bit earlier on, Johnson and Haig going at it. These two out on the national scene have been for a few years now. Bit of a live wire as Blake Haig loves a trophy, that is for sure, and certainly be looking to get one tonight if he can maintain where he's sitting at the moment, which is second. But again, you want to try and get his way through. Madrick holding down third spot out there. Jeremy Broadbent on Madrick's tail. And it's Carson. Kenny Marita, quickest lap. He's down in 6th spot, having started in 7th. He's been so fast today as Ken Marita. Nice to see Kenny well and truly into the mix this weekend. Haig just shadowing Ricardo Johnson, the race leader, as they go to the top. The EKS kart of Johnson leading with Haig right on his tail. Then there's Madrick with Broadbent right there with him. Kenny Marita, the number 8, the blue and white helmet, the next one in that lineup, third on your screen. Then it's Walton and Jones. They come to the line. Marita up to P5 now. Look at Blake Haig here. In the white helmet, the white sticker kit on the kart. He's right on the tail of Ricardo Johnson. Two drivers that'll certainly be featured. When SP Tours Australian Championship comes here in a few weeks' time at the end of July. And wow, look at Blake Haig here. Right with Johnson. Hasn't opened the door yet on him. Has Blake Haig. We're only on lap number 4, so he doesn't want to go too early in that sense. Of course, we've got our 2 tag classes, our feature classes, coming up after we're done here. Oscar Ray, 53.592. Oscar's down in 10th position. He was one of the ones who got shuffled backwards off the start. Started out of P5. Lennox Carson, he's up 5 spots, started in 10th up to 5th, got his way past Ken Marita the last time through. Good battle going on for the podium, as you can see down the bottom there as well. Madrick holding on to it over Broadbent with Carson, Marita and Masiko not far. Now, Blake Haig's decided it's time to pull the trigger. Up the inside he goes. Bit going on behind them as well in the race for third. Broadbent's managed to get his way into third spot, taking Carson with him, and Madrick dropping back to fifth. Haig holding on to the smallest of leads out there at the moment. Johnson trying to fight back here. You can see there that small gap that Blake Haig's been able to open. Bit going on further back there, the back end of the top 10. Number 71 Machine of Madrick trying to fight his way back forward. He's actually lost another couple of spots there. Has Madrick. Looks like Marita has got himself into fifth spot. Down the front straight goes Haig. He's opened the lead to 0.3 of a second. That's about the biggest that the lead's been throughout the course of this race for anybody. Indeed, confirming that Marita's moved into fifth with Masiko in sixth. Then Madrick dropping back to seventh. Oscar Ray still got plenty of pace. Has not moved out of ninth spot for a number of laps now. Now Johnson. He's picked up the pace here in second. Here's this little race pack for the final position on the podium. As they come to the line, currently held down by Lennox Carson. He's come from 10th on the grid to 3rd now. Oscar Ray goes quicker again. 3 laps remaining for your race leader, and Johnson's got back through to the lead. So Ricardo back into position number 1 over Haig. Up through the top turn. Now, have a look at Haig. He's almost at 1 with Ricardo Johnson there. Their nose to tail as they go through the hairpin. Then the gap back then to Lennox Carson in the 83. Marita trying to get himself into a position to have a look at the podium. Another new race lead with Haig going through on Johnson. It's starting to fire up out there with 2 to go. Johnson on the point. Haig on his tail. A lap and a half remaining. Lennox Carson, he's not too far away if the gloves come off in front of him. Broadbent still in 4th. In 5th place. I think that might be Masiko that's got in front of Marita down the backstretch. Here we go again. They'll get the last lap board this time. This is terrific Cadet 12 racing. Absolutely fantastic. They've been great all day. Onto the start straight. What's Haig got for Johnson here? Down to turn number 1. For Lennox Carson, you'd be wanting to hold on to that. We see this so many times in Cadets here at Ipswich. Haig throwing everything at Ricardo Johnson. Will he have a look at the video pro turn? Not close enough. Just there. I mean, he's certainly close enough, but certainly getting that kart in position to try and effect a move. Not possible at that stage. He'll hit the back straight away. Johnson goes protective. They're both hugging the inside line. Haig can't do anything about Johnson there. He'll try and change his line. The checkered flag's out. He's got to run. But it's going to be Johnson who just gets it by the barest of margins. 58 1,000ths of a second. Johnson over Haig, then Carson, followed by Broadbent Masiko. Oscar Ray, then it's Marita home in 7th. Madrick dropped back to 8th. The 9th spot was Bolton. Oliver Jones running at your 10, then Ribarewski. Campbell, Woodrow, Pilot, Jackson, Lusty and Lawson. Your finishers in that one. We've got a couple to go. We're going to take a break here at Ipswich and be back soon. One of our feature classes, Tag Heavy, is on circuit for the tag titles. 12 laps on the board in this one this afternoon. Been a great day of racing here, Redding and Dag. Can anyone throw the challenge to Brent Redding here this evening? Down through turn one they go. Josh Dag is probably the one that was closest, you'd have to say. Will Marshall getting a decent start there. Got himself up into second position, the green helmet. But Redding already starting to open up a gap. It's been the story of the day so far. Will Marshall, the JGM machine. He's been out on the national scene over the last couple of years as well. Start to work their way through, everyone getting themselves settled into the race pace over 12 laps. Redding's lead already after the first lap, 1.1 seconds over Marshall, who's got Dag right there with him as they head down the backstretch. Then there's a small gap back out to Mark Lees in the 73. Goddard and Plum at the back of the bus. Just quick earlier today was Brock Plum, started in third spot. It's dropped to the tail. Quite sure what happened there. In fact, Plummer's got through on Matt Goddard to fifth spot now. Redding's lead after 2 laps, 1.7 seconds. This group here, Brock Plum, made up a couple of spots. Oh, the 81. That was sideways there. That was Matt Goddard trying to box on. Brock Plum giving the hand signals out there to his competition. Mark Lee's dropping to fifth spot. Matty Goddard sitting there in sixth. But his drivers utilising these 125cc touch and go engines. That's what TAG stands for. The heavier division of our feature class here this weekend. It's Will, still there in second. He's got a slight margin now over Dag. Of course, next been action here, the weekend of July 25 to 27. Over 350 competitors from around Australia and several internationals will make the trek here for the penultimate round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. Live and free on 7 Plus throughout that weekend. There's Brent Redding, easy does it. Working lap number 5, he won't quite be at the halfway point when he comes through the next time. He's just cruising out in front. There's Brent Redding, just did a 48.083. It's a personal best for Marshall, but 6/10 slower than what Redding was. And Dag was a further 2/10 slower. So Redding is absolutely flying. As well, Jess Golding Motorsport machine. So Will now comfortably in that position number 2. 6 laps in the books. Reading's lead, 3.8 seconds over Marshall, who's then clear of Dag, who's well clear of Plum. And Goddard and Lees further back there. One more to go after this one. Seven laps in the books for Brent Reading now. Easy does it. He's just been without Pierre here today. Just won a state championship in this category last year. .4 seconds a gap from Reading. There he is in the 58 kart over Marshall. Oh, in fact, correction, that's Brock Plum on screen at the moment. Similar colour scheme. Josh Dagger, personal best of 48.534 that time through. Reading just backed her off a little bit, of 48.003 if you don't mind. Half a second quicker than Marshall, opening the gap up to 5 seconds. It's almost a full length to the back straightaway that Reading's got over the field at the minute. This will be the end of lap number 9. 3 to go. Down into turn number 1 goes Reading. Easy does it. They're almost coast from here. Marshall will be happy with his efforts in second. A good day out for young Will. And Dag, if he stays where he is, will complete the podium. Brock Plum is 1.6 seconds behind him at this stage. And Goddard and Lees are completing your runners out there. Only 6 of them in the field tonight. But this man, he's all class. Made that chassis change a few months ago. And it's certainly paying dividends for him at this point in time. 2 laps remaining for Brent Reading to complete what's been a perfect day here. Six seconds now, the gap from Reading back to Marshall. It's on lap number 11. There he is, Brent in the 58. Coming around again. One more remaining for Brent Reading, which has just been a masterful effort here in Tag Heavy, taking out the tag title here tonight, assuming nothing goes awry in technical inspections after this one. 6.9 seconds, the gap from Reading to Marshall. Up through the Autobahn corner for the final time. It's going to be an absolute drubbing here from Reading. As he comes on through, he hasn't put a wheel wrong all day long. Checkered flag at the ready. And Reading takes the win. Marshall coming around. Solid day's work for Will to finish second. Then Josh Dagg, he completes the podium. Followed by Brock Plum. Then Matt Goddard and Mark Lees rounding out your finishes. 1 to go. We'll take a quick break and be back soon. We're back, folks. One to go here tonight to complete the tag titles at Ipswich, our 5th round of the club championship this year. This is tag light for their final. Mark Tulloch and Thomas Gallagher on the front row, the 93-23. William Gallagher off of P3 with Hugh Maguire, the West Aussie, out of P4 and a 5. Jack Stimson, Seth Bennett. The next row of the grid, they're Brown, Newton, Simonelli, Hunter, DeSell and Cowie. And we aren't getting a start just yet. So they're coming around. Mark Tulloch and Thomas Gallagher, they've been the class of the field. Maguire make the long trip worthwhile to take the trophy back home. Here we go. Tulloch, then a pair of Gallaghers. No, it's not Oasis. Then Maguire. We are underway for 12. Down through to turn number 1. Everyone getting away nicely in that one. Two Gallaghers, I think Williams got through on Thomas there. Mark Tulloch leads the way. To the Video Pro turn they go. Last race of the day. Got to thank all of our volunteer officials for assisting us to bring this race meeting, and our drivers that have come from far and wide to be part of it. Oh, move for the lead. Tulloch under the pump. New race leader. Gallagher it is who leads as they come to the line. That being William Gallagher. Mark Tulloch, then Thomas Gallagher. Our AAF man in third. Followed by Stimson and Hugh Maguire dropping back to 5th. Then it's Brown, Bennett, Simonelli, DeSell, Newton and Hunter. So William Gallagher keen to get on with it here and try and establish an advantage. Tulloch's wanting to go with him. And Thomas Gallagher sitting there, but then Thomas is under attack here from Jack Stimson. Maguire nearly went back another spot. Managed to hold on to it there, driving for the CXR team. Now Thomas has picked up the pace onto the tail of Mark Tulloch through the Brisbane Karts corner. Thank you to all of our sponsors here at Ipswich that allow us to bring you live coverage each and every month. William Gallagher taking a big look over the shoulder there. Mark Tulloch be hoping that Thomas might get his way through as Hugh Maguire goes up a spot into 4th. To the line they come. Will Gallagher starting to open up that gap now. It's at 0.581 over Tulloch, who's a further 0.15 in front of Thomas Gallagher, who is punching on. There's Tulloch in the white helmet. Change of helmet for the nighttime action for Mark. Not much other changes happened out there over the last couple of laps. Oh, bit going on further back inside the back end of the top 10. Quickest lap for Hugh Maguire, 47.395. Brown through on Stimson at the end of that previous lap. We're working lap number 5 now. This will be our last race of today. Great to have your company with us. They're at the circuit or tuning in through YouTube. Hugh Maguire, 47.395. That's the quickest lap for Hugh. So alluded to before, Hugh on the national scene. Basically been flying in overnight and hitting the track for qualifying on Saturday morning. A big effort. Had the opportunity to come and do this event ahead of the IKC in a month's time. Oh, see the sparks there, Gallagher. Whoa! He goes straight across the dirt and rejoins. That's cost him a fair bit of ground and a podium position. He was in third. And that's elevated then Maguire to P3. There's your race leader, William Gallagher. Mark Tulloch in second spot there. Well, Gallagher just taking a peek over the shoulder. It's Thomas that's dropped. He's dropped a heap of spots. He's back about fifth or sixth now. There he is in the middle of this little group. 6 laps down. Yeah, Thomas Gallagher dropping back to fifth placing. It's not ideal. At the halfway point, it's William Gallagher from Tulloch, then Hugh Maguire, Louis Brown, then Thomas Gallagher, Jack Stimson. Then it's Seb Bennett, Sebastian Simonelli, Trent Newton, DeSell and Hunter. This is our tag title for Tag Light. 0.476 as you can see on screen. That's the gap from Gallagher to Tulloch. Tulloch's been strong today. But the Gallaghers certainly come to play, that's for sure. And have been doing a terrific job. This will be a huge boost ahead of the National Championship round coming here over that final weekend of July. Maguire's fast out there, a 47.364. The team down there at CXR do know how to get the karts hooked up around here. Jace Matthews, of course, one of the main pilots for the team CXR up at the Northern Territory titles this weekend in Darwin, doing a terrific job. Did get a heat race victory earlier on. Isaac McNeil in that category as well. It's the end of lap number 8. 4 to go now for Gallagher. Tulloch in second, then Maguire, Brown. Tom Gallagher trying to recover from that off-track excursion that we caught for you. Ooh. So Tulloch's really closed in here to the back of Gallagher. Tulloch driving a Cosmic chassis. Manufactured by the Italian powerhouse at OTK. Don't discount Hugh Maguire in this in third, the blue kart to the left of your screen. He's really closed in. He's had pace all race. He was 2/10 quicker than Gallagher the last time through and a 10th quicker than Tulloch. So it could be on here in our top 3. Maguire's taken another 10th out of Tulloch that time. It's down to 0.4 between the pair of them. Can the West Aussie upset the apple cart here? This is going to be a great finish to what's been a top day of racing. Gallagher certainly hasn't got the pace of the two behind him at this stage. Thomas Gallagher on the tail of Louis Brown there. So look at Hugh Maguire in third. He's eating ground out of Gallagher and Tulloch. Trust that you've enjoyed the action today. If you're interested in getting involved in the sport, jump on to karting.net.au, all the information that you need. 2 laps remaining now. Brown with the quickest lap of the race. So if Tulloch's going to do it, he's starting to run out of time. Can Maguire punch on here and get himself a further place up the road? Gallagher leads the way now onto the back straight. One of the key passing opportunities is where they're coming into right now. Tulloch goes deep. Gallagher's responded. So 47.462, a personal best. Thomas Gallagher down in 5th. The red mist underneath that helmet will be as red as the sticker kit on that barrel art after going off track. But it's Will Gallagher who's in control here. Through the left-hander at Video Pro. That's one passing option. Now extinguished. Can Tulloch get a run down the back straightaway? Gallagher was basically looking right into his eyes there. Not close enough here. 2 corners left to go now. Through the left-hander they come. Onto the start, finishing straight. And it's going to be William Gallagher who grabs the race win over Mark Tulloch. Then Hugh Maguire, Louis Brown, home in 4th spot. Thomas Gallagher, wondering what may have been in 5th. Then Stimson, followed by Bennett. Then Trent Newton, Simonelli, Docell and Hunter. Well, thanks for your company, ladies and gentlemen. Hope that you have enjoyed watching right throughout our club day here at Ipswich. It's been fantastic to have your company. My name's Matt Payne, and until the next time, farewell and good night.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy. But that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.